I saw was the glow of a message that never came. Then the glow of a world that went away.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hope you all forgive me for letting the slideshow run for a bit longer. I didn't want to interrupt this song because I think it's so good that I decided we were going to let the whole thing play out. I also just want to say that no, I have not run out of ambient memes. It's just that like the last third of the slideshow is something different because I felt like it was a bit it was getting a bit played out when I was making it. So I wanted to just make a bunch of stuff that was other like weird shit that I thought was funny. But good morning, everyone. Hope you're having a nice whatever it is, wherever you are. Let me move this over. What the fuck? Okay, I don't know. My chat just decided it was going to close itself on me. I will say, like, even though I'm doing this stream, I haven't acquired even all the Coda weapons available this week quite yet. I'm going to be working on one of the Techrots, you know, the Codas today, because I want to knock all the weapons out. But I think I'm going to talk about those more in-depth on a future stream when I'm able to, like, really, you know, put the time into them I need to. As well as the augments. I only currently have the Corvex one, and I haven't used it yet. So I want to wait until I'm able to get them all to talk about them more in-depth. So this stream will probably get, like, a part 2 in the near future, considering the fact that I don't have them yet, because only one of the syndicates I was aligned with actually gave me one. Coming one is a must slot. That's what I expected. Because, like, I switched... Oh, actually, hold on. You guys are just going to hear this for a second, but it's fine. Yeah. I decided to level up the other half of the syndicates I didn't have leveled, and I finished that, like, right before the update came out. So now I have to work my way back. So today's live reaction was made by me in about 30 seconds, because I'm lazy. I'm gonna have to interrupt our banger track here, unfortunately, but... Real and true, thank you. I always do forget this. You'd think I'd learn by now, but I guess not. So I just realized I never unshackled the horse. Okay, you should be able to hear him now. I can buy for it. I appreciate it, but I do want to get my hands on them myself. I might, at least if I do get them, like, externally, I'm going to purchase them off of someone. I don't want to just, like, take them from people. I know some people will be like, you know, it's no big deal, but I don't know. That just feels shitty. The Sculpture weapons suck. I actually like them for the most part. The melee's pretty good. I'd say it's easily the best. The grenade launcher is very finicky in comparison to a lot of other weapons. The assault rifle's alright. I feel like the pistol's definitely the most disappointing because of the fucking 3-meter grenade AoE. What is that shit? Also, you're not just unlucky. This update has been fairly buggy, unfortunately. Catching up a little bit. Also, yeah, the slug launcher was balanced like it's a traditional AoE weapon when it's not. Okay, let's here. We'll go ahead and we'll pop into the simulacrum. I'm slowly improving my relationship with the Arbiters again. Also, this is Ember. Someone posted a fashion that used this color scheme on Reddit a long time ago now, and I thought it was really good, but didn't really have a use for it. Because I wanted to do a Skuldra-themed loadout, but was like, what weapon am I going to use for that? And then they released the Scalger weapons, and I'm like, holy shit, I actually have a reason to do this now. So, we can talk about some stuff. I think probably the most immediate one people are probably going to want to hear about is Temple. Actually, let me go into my regular loadout real quick. Just because I don't think I have a companion on, and I don't want it to cause problems. So, Temple is a very, very strong Warframe overall. I do have a lot of casting speed on Temple, and that will make sense in a second. But we'll kind of give Temple we'll give you all the rundown. This is going to be your guys' explanation session stream, so my apologies for that. But, so the most immediately obvious thing about Temple is the metronome under the crosshair. I'll be honest, this is going to be, like, probably considered a pretty stupid gripe. It's too low. I feel like it's hard to know if it's correct in my peripheral vision. It's difficult for me to, like, I have to look down to see it, if that makes sense, and I find that kind of annoying. I wish that it was higher. But, minor nitpick, I just think it's a little bit bothersome. Anyways, also needs audio is the, as in, the metronome. I thought you meant the game audio, which, if it is coming through, it's incredibly quiet, so my apologies for that. So what's the discussion? We're currently just running through the new stuff, or, well, a decent amount of it, not all of it, but a decent amount of it. So, the metronome mechanic is for Temple's passive called Backbeat. The point of Backbeat is that whenever you land an ability cast, when the metronome is in the middle there, it empowers your ability and makes it have 50% more efficiency, which is really nice because it lets you run more low efficiency setups, or just allows you to like more easily reach maximum efficiency, right? So this is fine. Oh, right, because I'm LR5, my enemy level amount went up. I didn't even think about that. So Temple's first ability spawns a bunch of flame pillars, and then if you hit it on the timing, it doubles the amount of flame pillars that spawn. The other important thing is you might notice when I hit an enemy with this ability, it builds up a meter on the metronome. If I don't hit anyone with it, it doesn't do anything. Oh, wait. Well, it is, but normally in missions it doesn't, so I'm not sure what's up with that. But normally you have to hit enemies with it, I believe, in order to get that to work. Oh, no, I'm thinking of the 3. Never mind. Wires getting crossed in my brain. Every time that you hit something on the metronome timing, it builds up a meter, and we'll explain that in a second. So the 1 is pretty simple and fairly spammable. I do have a lot of casting speed on, like I said, but you can just keep kind of ping-ponging it on the metronome. The other ability, then, is Temple's 2. Again, these are all much faster than normal because I have on a lot of casting speed. But it stuns enemies briefly. It uses, like, the silence stun. And then, more importantly, they have increased critical vulnerability. And beyond that, if you hit it on the metronome timing, which I did not do, if you hit it on the metronome timing, it doubles that critical chance vulnerability increase. So that's pretty cool. So these are kind of like your 2 abilities. You can ping-pong these for damage pretty easily. It especially works well with Breach Surge and stuff like that. So I'm going to clear these guys just because they're getting pretty low on health. So Temple's 3rd ability is a very interesting one. It's called Ripper's Wail. So what happens is when you cast it, you do this guitar solo, and during the guitar solo, you're invincible, and you'll heal up your health and all your shields up to your overshield cap. This is the main reason I have a bunch of cast speed on, because if you hit it on the timing, it gives you 4 seconds of invincibility after the ability ends. So being able to get through it quickly in order to take advantage of that invincibility is really valuable. The other thing that happens, other than the fact that it locks you down and heals you, it gives you this buff up in the top right. This is a heat damage buff. And interestingly, whenever you hit an enemy with the 1 or the 2, it increases both the duration of the 3, you can see it in the bottom right, and the potency of it, up to a cap of 750%. So the kind of gameplay loop for a lot of what you do with Temple is you're going to just kind of have your 3 on. You can use it as a panic button if you're about to die, like if you hear your shields break or something, you can just hit that button to make sure you don't die, and you can use your 1 and your 2. Yeah, you can do your 1 and your 2 to, like, keep your 3 going and to spread damage and stuff like that. here's the thing. This all kind of, you know, it makes sense decently in isolation, right? You spread your critical damage thing, you hit him with your pillars, you use your Ripper's Wail to survive. It's all pretty standard. You can hit that button, subscribe reel. Then we get into Lizzie, the Exalted Weapon. That cast animation is really fast because of my shards. So if you hit it on the backbeat timing, it costs no energy to cast. Where would that URL take me? To my YouTube channel. I own that domain. So Lizzie is interesting for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's a flamethrower. One of the few we actually have in this game. The other thing that's really interesting about it, though, is it doesn't consume energy over time. If you look down at the bottom, it actually pulls from the metronome meter we were building up by casting things on the metronome timing. So there's actually a really big benefit to this that I feel like should not be overlooked. Because of the fact that it doesn't consume energy, like Baruch, it doesn't stop you from regaining energy from things like Wellspring or the Xeneric Energy Orb passive and things like that. Because it's not really channeled in terms of it doesn't use your energy, it allows you to get energy very easily from sources that are normally locked off to other Exalted Weapon Warframes. Like, Excalibur can't really benefit from Wellspring, for example, when he's in his Exalted Weapon. Temple doesn't have to worry about that problem. So, Lizzie is interesting for a lot of reasons. This thing is a fucking monster. It spreads a shit ton of status and has a very high critical chance. As you can see in the top right, it's also able to headshot, so I'm able to build stacks of Deadhead on it, too. So here's the thing, beyond that, because it's a flamethrower that deals a shit ton of damage, right? That's pretty easy to understand at its face. But if you look in the bottom right, when I ADS, I get 4 new abilities. How lenient are the headshots? Fairly lenient, actually. It's not like I don't know, they're not super consistent, but if you're shooting into a crowd of enemies, you'll get them. So, with my abilities changing in the bottom right, whenever I hit one of these, it'll spawn a wave that has a status chance corresponding to the element. So 1 for viral, 2 for magnetic, 3 for cold, and 4 for corrosive. If you hit them on the timing, though, the waves are bigger, and they guarantee 3 stacks of the corresponding status effect. Now, these might seem a little bit weird on their own. Like, they have their own status chance and stuff, but it's kind of weird to work into your gameplay until you realize you can mash them while holding the primary fire. So they don't interrupt your regular stream of combat. You can just spam them. Now, important to note that, 1, this is a little bit uncomfortable for your fingers, because you have to reach up to hit the keys, or if you're on controller, I imagine it's probably even worse. But even beyond that, right, working the waves in, it's a struggle to move, at least on PC, and be mashing those keys at the same time, and oftentimes you don't honestly need them. But it's good to know if you're fighting a beefier enemy, that you can just start mashing those to prime with it. Now I've seen everything, truly. So, I feel like kind of the current, truly Dracoball kit trades. Yeah, you have viral, magnetic, and corrosive as like your debuffs for like your damage amp debuffs, and then you have cold as your utility debuff, which I think is really cool. Get something like that going. I think it's really interesting too because it allows Temple to be really, really flexible. Because, like, if you're fighting armored targets, you know, you can just start mashing the corrosive input, or if you're fighting, like, a faction that has a mix, then you'd be able to, like, swap between them easy. Isn't it? My thing is that because it's on controller, you have to hold an input and then, like, mash a face button. It would kind of lock you out of whatever that face button corresponds to. But, does Lizzie talk in Temple's Gemini skin? I don't own it, but from what Sabuchi said, yes. Lizzie does talk with the Gemini skin. So, that's all really nice, and in general, this is kind of like Temple's gameplay loop, right? Like, you keep your 3 active. I was ADSing to aim glide there. Keep your 3 active for the boost, and then you know, make enemies more vulnerable to crit damage. If you're not using the 1 for damage, I kind of just use it to keep my metronome up, personally. And then Lizzie just fucking shreds everything. This Exalted Weapon is very, very strong. The current setup I'm using is Blast and Toxin, and I also have on Archon Continuity. I think Blast Electric would also be very good, especially because you could benefit from Archon Stretch, because of the fact that, like I said, it doesn't consume like energy over time. I just now that I said that, I was reminded of this. Not all Exalted Frames consume energy over time, because, like, for example, Dante and Ivara don't, and neither does Cyto 9. They consume energy per shot, but the Temple's weapon, right, Lizzie, doesn't consume energy at all, which makes it very efficient. Also, yeah, Archon mods count for guitar elements. They count for all Exalted weapon elements, yeah. Which is a big part of what makes Archon Continuity useful, in my opinion. Because, like, on a lot of Warframes, like, that have abilities that inflict Toxin, Archon Continuity has uses, but, like, not a ton. Like, it's good on Citrine, because it helps the, you know, the Prismatic Gem Prime. I think it can be helpful on Lavos to give them an extra pocket status effect, as they affect his 4. Stuff like that, right? Like, for primer abilities, it's very helpful. You know, Varuna can benefit from it in that regard and stuff like that. But a big part of the power of it comes from Exalted weapons. Like, for example, this is a strategy I've been using for a while, and it just got a lot better. My Titania... Also, Lizzie's a primary. So my Titania is built for... I have Nourish on, because I never use her 3. And she is built for Blast and Toxin with Archon Continuity. So... Oh, right, my Sentinel is going to cause some problems here. Well, now he's gone. So, something kind of big in this update, actually. Razorflies got changed, and the change, I think, is actually overall really good. So, oh, right, I forgot about the duplex bond thing. Well, whatever, I'll just explain this. So, okay. The thing with the Razorflies is, now they're invincible, so Razorflies can't die anymore. And on top of that, whenever they hit an enemy, they make them take double damage. Now, important thing to note about that, obviously, is that Razorflies don't benefit from the Dewata mods anymore. That's gone. So they're not good for damage anymore. But I honestly think that was never their best quality. I don't know what's going on over here, by the way. Something is occurring between this guy and his two, like, the love triangle that's spawned over here. And we have this one Razorfly just valiantly trying to beat this guy to death. But, so here's part of why I like this buff so much, because, first of all, damage Razorflies was kind of a meme strategy. Like, you could do it, and it could work, but they really, really sucked at staying alive. Now that's not a problem anymore. And also, they'll actively try and pick up tribute buffs for you, which makes the ability way easier to handle, because before, usually they'd all just fucking die, but now they'll actually consistently go pick them up for you. And on top of that, each tribute buff you're holding gives you another Razorfly up to 10. So now the Razorflies are able to spread damage vulnerability, and on top of that, they're much better at picking up your buffs, so you don't have to deal with going and getting them yourself anymore, because they're not dead all the fucking time. The damage vulnerability is nice. Titania does not need it. This Warframe is fucking nuts, especially with the addition of the Archon, or the Arcane slot. But just to make this not a problem, let me just equip, like, a blank config on my my dude here real quick, just so he doesn't try and attack things. Also, I believe the damage vulnerability is like Molecular Prime, from what was explained. So what I'm currently using on Titania, and this, people can probably guess this. Also, Influence doesn't make Dewata worth still. Its status chance is so low, I don't personally use it for that. So I'm just going to go ahead and use this to build my power strength up. Oh, it was the visual effect from the Grimoire getting stuck. Okay. That makes more sense. So, here's the thing. Titania has always had a really strong status slant on her weapon, right? Oh, I'm holding the sprint button. That's going to cause problems. That's kind of always been her thing, I guess, is that the Dex Pixia were always really good status weapons, but their crit was never great. But now they can benefit from secondary Enervate, where each hit gives you 10% crit chance until you inflict 6 orange crits, and then it goes back down, like the buff resets. That 10% crit chance, though, is flat, like Avenger. So this frame was already very good, but this update definitely made her a lot better. It's crazy to me, too, considering the fact that, of the thing, when you said, here's the thing, real. But Titania has always been a very good frame, in my opinion. Also, is infinite ammo normal? This is one of the best uses for this particular arcane. Because the answer is no, but we have access to this guy, Arcane Pistolier. This affects Dexpixia. And then I also have been using Impetus, just because the efficiency is helpful. There are probably better options, but I just take it because I'm in my 4 constantly, and because it's a channeled ability, I can't benefit from, you know, Wellspring and shit like that. So, Dewata I haven't done much with. I did in the past. This thing has 5 fucking Forma on it. But I realized that I don't use it almost ever, so I didn't really put much investment into it. The main thing is I use it for Acolytes, because even with the existence of Enervate, Dexpixia's main struggle has kind of always been Acolytes, but Dewata Prime fucking nukes them in comparison. It's not super fast. It's not like Exalted Blade or something where you walk up and touch them twice and they blow up, but it's still very good at dealing with them in comparison to Dexpixia. So that's kind of its purpose for me. I use Condition Overload, and then I prime them with Dexpixia, and then I blow them up. Another very valid use for this Arcane slot, though, is I think you could really benefit from Encumber. I think this would also be a very, very good take on here. Beyond that, like, you have Encumber, like I said, is a very good option. Deadhead is a good option if you want to offload your base damage. Fortifier, right? There's a lot of good things. Secondaries just have really good arcanes in general. So, a lot of options for you on that front. So, Titania was very much buffed by the change to Razorflies. I was afraid they were going to, like, that was going to nerf her into the ground for, like, with the change to the Razorflies. It wasn't, like, a super common strategy, but I definitely did felt it, or I did feel it when it was changed. But now that they work like this, they're much more useful, and I'm glad that they had handled it that way. There are some other changes, because, like, for most Warframes, right, with the Exalted changes, the big thing was that they have access to Arcanes and the Acolyte mods now, but some of them didn't change that much. Like, Valkyr, as far as I'm aware, nothing really happened to Hysteria. It just kind of is better now by virtue of it can use those things. So, like, Hysteria already kind of always dealt really high damage. I currently have on Exposure just for more damage, but it already dealt really high damage, and now it just deals more damage, right? It's nothing crazy. But with some of the Exalteds, they did get really substantial changes. So a big one was Excalibur, because Excalibur got changes to Exalted Blade. The big ones are the following 2 things. The first one is the waves now contribute to the combo counter. He might be too far. Okay, that did hit him. So waves contribute to the combo counter. Important thing to note, they only contribute once. So if a wave hits multiple enemies, it does not matter. It will only contribute if it hits one enemy. That's kind of like the condition. You'll get one combo if it hits an enemy. That's just kind of it. Anything past that, it doesn't care. The other big thing is that the waves also contribute to Tennokai, which was not the case before, which is important because Tennokai shoots 2 waves now, or rather, heavies shoot 2 waves now. So Excalibur's heavies are really fucking good, because they deal a shit ton of damage. The other obvious thing is, you'll see it in the top right here any second, Excalibur can trigger melee influence now.
Which, yeah, of course, it's, yeah.
Because of Chromatic Blade especially, it's a lot. Also, both the sword and the wave can contribute separately, yeah. Another thing that I think would be very good for Excalibur, kind of a niche piece of knowledge. Crit chance here, if you look, 56.2, that's with both sacrificials. So if you were to take Avenger, you'd get to 101.2%. So if you don't want to use fucking Influence, then you can take Duplicate and not use Blood Rush, and you'll be able to have it active super consistently. So that's also a very good take on this, if you ask me. Mine is Viral Electric. Blast Electric is also a very good option from what I've seen. There's a lot of stuff you can do with it. So, and then as well as like with Titania, you can also do Blast Toxin and then use Archon Continuity as well. The other Warframe that was affected by this change pretty considerably was Baruch. His waves now also benefit from the combo counter, or trigger the combo counter. Though as far as I'm aware, I don't think they scale in damage with it anymore. I might be wrong about that. Don't take my word for it, but I don't think they do. I guess I could probably test that real quick, actually. But they do now benefit from the combo counter. So if I build up some of this here, you can see they contribute. A different thing, though, as you might notice. Unlike Excalibur, the waves do contribute for each individual enemy they hit. So that's helpful. I'm not currently using influence on him, I don't think. What did I put on, actually? I think it might have been okay, it was Afflictions. Yeah, because Afflictions does work. So it's got that going for it. They actually nerfed Baruch a little bit by reducing his base crit chance, but also his Exalted Augment's bugged. So they tried to fix a bug with it in this update, and I think they fucked it up a little bit worse, to be honest with you. But so Baruch, that was a pretty big change to it from that was already really good. Another big thing that happened with this update was the addition of Exilis slots on these weapons, which was really nice. I always really liked Hush on Neutralizer because it makes it so, like, normally, if you're in Evade and you shoot Neutralizer, enemies will start moving towards you and sometimes even shoot at you because they can still hear you even if you're invisible. But with Hush, they have no fucking idea you're there, so that's really helpful. So, and then, of course, you saw Galvanized Scope on there, which is a big deal as well, now that you can use that. So the other main thing, like, because a lot of the Exalteds didn't get super huge changes, but there was a really big structural overhaul with pseudo-Exalteds, and I can show this with Atlas. So now pseudo-Exalteds are gone. They still kind of exist, so now they have this system, where they're a separate moddable weapon, and some changes were made to them. Like, now Atlas's fists scale in range with the range mods, both on his melee and on Atlas himself. The crit chance was also massively increased to 35% from 5%, and the status chance went up from 5% to 15%. So they also use a unique combo system now, where whenever you hit an enemy with them, it basically gives you 20 stacks of combo immediately, and this is separate from your regular melee combo. And you'll see it in the middle of your screen. So like that there. Other than that, they are fairly similar in terms of, like, they can still use Acolyte mods and stuff like that. Main thing is they lost their ability to benefit from Ribbons and Incarnons, which, don't get me wrong, is a big deal. But kind of to help balance that out, they made some changes to the way the combo counter works. So, as you might notice, down at the bottom there, it shows the 12x multiplier and stuff like that. That's how it actually works now. So how it used to work was the combo counter gave you 0.25 times more damage for every combo count level. Now it gives you, 100% more damage per combo level. So at 12 times, it is an actual 12 times multiplier now. In exchange, a lot of these got their damage reduced by half. So it's more like a 6 times multiplier relative to how they used to be, but you still definitely feel it. So Atlas is quite strong. I'll admit, I haven't messed with Korra that much. I've heard there are some better strategies than the one I'm using, because I'm still kind of leaning into, like, inflicting slash procs, but I believe that that's not kind of the way to go on her anymore. It still definitely works, and it's not like she's, like, unusable dog shit or anything like that, but gotta build up my combo multiplier a bit here. But I think with these changes, Korra was definitely hit the hardest. I think that she's still very good, but compared to how she was with, like, Mark 1 bow and stuff, she definitely did lose a decent amount of her strength by, with the changes that were made. But I also think that, in exchange for being able to actually use your melee weapon, I personally find it worth it. Gara is quite strong now as well, but I'll admit I haven't messed with her a ton. I've been mostly playing with other stuff. Something important to note about Gara, though. This was not changed in this update. But, so, Gara has the same old, she can tap, or she can hold. Hitting any, like, same with, like, how Exalted Blade works. If you hit an enemy, then you only contribute to the combo counter once. Oh, is that something else on this? That was because I had Naramon on, Encore in particular. So yeah, DOT's on this thing. Clean fucking house. It deals a lot of damage, because it has a workable crit chance now. It was a really big change they made to it. It was used to have to use flat buffs to get the crit chance up. Here's an important thing to note, though. Critical chance and critical damage do not contribute to your Touch of Death. You might see I only got 10.7k off of that. So, if you are revolving around building up your Touch of Death, you basically just want to go damage, because the critical chance and stuff does not matter in that context. If you are killing things with your 1, though, you definitely do want to go into critical chance. It's very, very helpful. So there's kind of an interesting interplay there, in terms of, like, do you want to go for the crit so you can swipe things and stab things, or do you want to go for base damage and, you know, stuff like that, or like elementals and, you know, just pure damage to beef that up? Oh yeah, I formed this and never releveled it. The other major thing that got changed was Ash. Ash got a lot of changes in this update. So, one of the big ones is Shuriken now throws 5 Shurikens, not 2. Ash's 2 also got its base duration increased to 12 seconds, up from 8. And Fatal Teleport is now built in. So Fatal Teleport, that's just how the ability works now. They changed the augment, so now instead of Fatal Teleports, how it used to work, Fatal Teleport's augment is now one that gives you parkour velocity whenever you teleport to an enemy and kill them with a finisher. And Mercy Kills, if memory serves, yeah, Mercy Kills increase your stealth duration. So that's how that works. One of the biggest things, though, is the change to Blade Storm. So Blade Storm now is a pseudo-exalted, and it deals finisher damage. It has very low crit and status. The reason I have all these red shards on Ash is because I use him for melees for, like, your Void Cascades and whatnot. But it deals a lot of finisher damage. So this allows it to work with things like with things like Covert Lethality and stuff like that. Sorry, I'm losing track here. It's a lot to cover. So Covert Lethality, Finishing Touch, stuff like that. Elementalist also does affect the slash proc disability guarantees, which is really valuable to know. So, something with Ash in regards to this 4. It no longer attacks enemies 3 times. It now just hits them once. It also is no longer affected by Summoner's Wrath, because they removed the mechanic of the initial and phantom hits. For those who don't know, before this update, Ash's clones actually had 2 different types of damage. They had the initial hit, which only was applied once when they first hit the enemy, and it was affected by your melee mods, but not your Warframe mods. And then the 3 other hits they inflicted were phantom hits. Phantom hits were not affected by your melee, but were affected by your Warframe mods. That's gone now. They're just affected by your Warframe mods, and for whatever reason... they're just affected by your Warframe mods and the mods on the pseudo-exalted. It makes a lot more sense, but it's no longer as affected by Summoner's Wrath. It is affected by Steel Charge, though, which is good to know. So, these also just deal a fucking zillion damage now. Once you build your combo up especially, and with the guaranteed slash procs, it's pretty strong. The clones also are sped up by attack speed mods. And I want also just for you all to keep in mind, I'm not using Savage Silence right now. Like, normally that was how this build used to work, or at least a lot of builds revolving around Blade Storm would work, is you'd use Savage Silence. But that's not even necessary anymore. I am using Rising Storm, which I don't think is honestly good. Like, Rising Storm used to give you melee combo, extra melee combo. Now it gives you extra of the unique combo, which kind of hurts the melee synergy, but it's capped at 1.5 attack speed, though. Yeah, I believe that's correct, because that's the finisher attack speed cap. It used to be, I know for sure that's how it used to work. I do not know if that's changed in this update. I haven't had the chance to really test it that thoroughly, because it's kind of a hard thing to pick out, but... So the combo count in the middle of the screen is a unique thing for pseudo-exalteds now. So, Ash and Gara and Korra and Atlas all show that when they're using their abilities. So Bladestorm is very, very strong. Even though it has a very low base crit and status chance, if you use flat buffs like Proton Snap or Arcane Avenger or Cat's Eye, like, you know, I've got Big Floppa here, they're able to do a shit ton of damage. And I really like that because it felt like Ash, kind of like his main damage spreading thing was both slow and not that good. But now it cleans house. They still didn't fix this bug, though. Whenever you start cutscene mode, you just do this, and I'm convinced it's a bug because all the cool ass animations are just basically gone, and I don't know why. So that's been in the game for ages. Have you tried him with the Killer Bow Subsume? Wrathful Advance is actually on one of my builds, and it is very good for this, but I don't think you need it. Also, welcome, Idan. So that's kind of the rundown on this stuff. There's a lot of intricacy to this, right? Every Exalted Weapon got very significant changes that are very exciting. Like, I mentioned Enervate on Titania earlier. Enervate now also makes crit on Hildren viable, because it builds up with hits, so you can now do stuff like this. That was with no armor strip, by the way. So this has opened up a lot of opportunities, and a lot of Exalted Weapons just got insanely good, which was what I think everyone kind of expected. But at the same time, also, how funny is Enervate on Mesa? So here's the funny thing. I don't actually have Enervate on Mesa, and the reason for that is because I already have her built for crit chance, and so it just would reset really early because she fires so fast. If you wanted to, though, you could drop crit chance mods on her and take Enervate instead. What I currently have is Outburst. This is a thing that's like worked since before this update, but what you can do is trigger Mark of the Beast, the Glaive mod, and that actually affects your regulators. And then you can also get, you know, a 6x combo out of Galvanized Reflex, and then use Outburst. And then once I, like, build up my Galvanized stacks here... Mesa's always been broken, so this is one of those things that, like... I think we all knew that she was going to just get even better, but, like, it doesn't really matter that much, considering she was already so good before this update. I don't really know. I feel like it's like, yeah, she's better. That's undeniable. Does she need to be that much better? No. Also, Temple Subsume is their 1, but you don't get the Backbeat passive. And then it's also their Railjack ability, and it always is treated like you have Backbeat on. What else? I think my Dante also has Outburst just for now, and then I'm also using Enervate on my Jade, because Jade, her crit chance is only 15%, so it's kind of low. How is Monkey Fuck? He's definitely his Iron Staff is way, way better. I also am kind of in the same boat with why am I typing Iron Staff? Am I stupid? But I'm in the same boat as I am with Excalibur in terms of using Influence. Did I put Weeping Wounds on this? I don't remember. I don't know if I care enough to look. But same boat as using Influence. Just build up my stuff real quick. Especially with how good his heavies are, and being able to spread that damage is very strong. Alright, 4 5's good in here. Okay, so I have... This is gonna shatter a lot of people right now. I'm going to hit you with a take that you'll find insane, but I'm going to explain on it. I do not recommend Cascadia Flare on Jade. And that's for 2 very important reasons. 1, Deathbringer is base damage. 2, and more importantly, the alt fire for Glory is not affected by base damage. Base damage does nothing for Glory's alt fire. So if you're detonating it, doesn't do anything. So my strategy has always been, if I'm using the primary fire, I'm in Deathbringer, and then I can just save up the mod space for things that are more useful. So, look, I'm not trying to shit on you if you're using Flare. If you're revolving around using your primary fire, it's a very good option and it can free up space for you. But if you're using her alt fire or mixing it in, it's not doing anything for you, and I think that's something you should be aware of. Personally, I've been using Enervate primarily because, like I said, her crit chance isn't super high. So I can cast this stuff. And then I'm able to orange crit and things like that, and even red crit on occasion much more consistently, which is very, very nice. And then, of course, with the armor strip and things mixed in as well. I use Vortex on Excalibur. Oh, yeah. Vortex is also very good on Excalibur. I should have mentioned that. Or just Enervate. So, currently, I'm actually still using a crit chance mod for a bit of base crit, but you don't need it. Enervate is a mod where you don't really need any crit chance mods for it to do well. My thing is the fire rate's a tad slow. I guess realistically what I could possibly do is drop Target Cracker and then put on or not Target Cracker, sorry, Pistol Gambit, and put on an attack speed mod or something like that. Thing is, attack speed also doesn't affect the alt fire. Neither does multi-shot, actually, but also, melee duplicate with Heat and Herod Excalibur is how I went. That's also a very good strategy. Did Avara's bow get any changes? Not directly as far as I'm aware, but now that she has access to the Arcane slot, she's able to equip Longbow Sharp Shot, which I think is really big. I still have on Spectral Serration, personally. I think Sharp Shot's probably the better way to go. But the Boom Bow build is one that I've talked about before, and I've always really liked it. Also, I think Shiver does work, yeah. So, not reset crit often. So even with my 4 Tau Forged Oranges, I still am able to get Enervate chains that bring me to red crits. I couldn't tell you why, it just does. So it seems remarkably reliable, even though I'm doing it like that. Also, do I need to relevel Korra? No, you don't. It starts at max rank if you ever max out already. I've only put 1 Forma on each of my Pseudo-Exaltas. They've all worked surprisingly well. So, the Boom Bow setup, like I said, I've always really liked it. It's a very, like, finicky thing, all things considered. But now that we have access to things like Galvanized Scope, I think that it works much, much better. Because it was always kind of a finicky build, right? Now, though, it does a much better job. The main reason for that is because of the sharp shot damage. Something I do want to mention, though, as far as I'm aware, I don't think this bug was fixed. The critical chance that is applied by the augment... Okay, so this is stupid. I'm just going to say this up front. So, something you guys might know about Concentrated Arrow is if you look, yeah, 50% critical chance on headshots. This is a flat bonus like Avenger. Here's the thing that's kind of stupid. I don't believe this was fixed in this update. I didn't see it in the patch notes, at least. This 50% critical chance on headshot does not carry over to the explosion. The explosion does not get this 50% critical chance, which is also why Acuity is not good for this strategy, because Acuity also doesn't carry over to the explosion. So that's why I'm not using it. But another big part of that is multi-shot is really, really important for this setup, because what it relies on is something kind of niche about the augment. So every single arrow in Concentrated Arrow forces an impact proc. So if you use Internal Bleeding, you can guarantee you can get a slash proc 70% of the time for each impact proc. So it's really, really valuable to have a bunch of arrows, basically, as many as you possibly can get, to keep getting as many impact procs as possible. Again, this is with no sharp shot. Not working well with an Artemis bow. That has been fixed. Something important to note, actually, now that you mention that, set bonuses are no longer inherited from your normal weapons. Now it is based on your actively equipped weapon. So like the Gladiator set bonus used on your regular melee doesn't work anymore and doesn't matter. You can now build the Gladiator set bonus on your Exalted. Same with Vigilante as well. They are now built on the weapon itself. So it's based on the weapon you're currently using now. If you have the base frame max, I believe that's correct. For the Pseudo-Exalteds in particular, yes. So now that I have this Sharp Shot, and then I'm using Roar for the double dip on the slash, it deals a lot of damage. You have to cast your 4 and then cast your first? Huh, interesting. Did Vigilante mod still work on companions? I believe that trick still works, because it was considered intentional. If you want Exalted plus normal weapon mod, actually no. So for example, this Spectral Serration that I have on here is my only Spectral Serration that's maxed. But if I wanted to, I could still put it on my Baza. This build is old, this shouldn't even have Serration on it, but I could still do this if I wanted to. So, like I said, this is not optimal, and I should drop the Serration for something else. But you can laugh at me about it, and I'll figure it out later. So, fortunately, you don't have to worry about that. So just overall, like I said, basically every Exalted is much, much better. Also, Spectral Serration won't work otherwise. Okay, because yeah, I do remember reading about that, but you have to cast your 4 and then your invisibility. My strategy has kind of been, for that in particular, to do this. I cloak myself for the crepuscular, like, ability strength increase, and then I cast my 3. I don't know if that was fixed in this update, though. I guess I didn't see it in the patch notes or anything. So just overall, exalted weapons have been buffed through the ceiling, and now actually feel like proper exalted weapons. Actually, come to think of it, I don't think I did anything with Shadow Claws. All right, I put on Afflictions. Oh, yeah, because of the... Hold on. That makes sense, actually. Because if memory serves, these are a claw-type weapon. I haven't played Sevagoth almost at all since this update came out. But because this is a claw-type weapon, if memory serves, it should... Kill all these guys real quick. It should force a slash proc and a knockdown. These guys should have the crit chance buff, but I'll go ahead and with Death's Harvest just in case. I don't have Tennokai on, do I? I'll have to form of this. The animations are finicky, but yeah, the heavy attacks, I believe, do knock down. Works really well with melee vortex. Yeah, I'm not currently using that strategy, but I've heard it is very good, especially with the magnetic mods. So I'll probably have to form of this for Tennokai. Oh, actually, no, I don't, because duh, Ravenous Wraith actually contributes now. You can just slot that in there. So, also the range on these is really bad, and a lot of people might look at that and be like, why aren't you using Reach? My reasoning for that is not super complicated. This is entirely a preference thing. If it annoys you, go ahead and run range, but let me get my shadow back real quick. Sevagoth's augments are definitely balanced and not horrendously overpowered. So, the reason I don't bother with range is because of the 1. It's pretty fast, and pulls enemies right in front of you. So, I don't personally feel the need for it. I will admit that Sevagoth's Shadow still kind of feels generic in comparison to some other Exalteds, but it's still a very good weapon overall. I think I've talked about pretty much every Exalted. Dante, oh right, Dante, actually that's one that I should talk about. Just because I think this is kind of valuable to know. Dante's book is inconsistent, but it can headshot, which means you can trigger things like Galvanized Scope, and you can offload your base damage to Deadhead. So, the tricky thing is, of course, it deals a lot of status effects. But if you can trigger it, it's a pretty easy way to offload that damage, or the base damage to it. So that's helpful. Doesn't benefit from multi-shot? Yeah. Word Warden is a very bizarre ability for a lot of reasons in general, to be honest with you, but I think it's really cool. So, I'm using Deadhead. I will say I also have on Arcane Precision, and I actually think it's a really viable option on Dante, because his Arcane slot is so free because he doesn't need Energize. So, wouldn't it be easier to use Cascadia Flare for base damage? Yes, but my Dante relies on Inflicting Slash, and I don't want to change my weighting. If you want to use a heat mod, because currently I'm not using one, if you want to use a heat mod in the setup, go for it. But I'm not currently using one, which is why I have Deadhead in its place. Merciless would also be a good take, but I don't like the upkeep of Merciless. I find it really annoying, so that's why I'm not using it. And like I said, you could even just use Precision for base damage, because Dante doesn't really give a shit about what you have in these slots. And yeah, I guess I just showed that, but I'm currently using Augmented and Precision. And then my energy concerns are dealt with by the Zata Invocation, and I also use Zenerek, because that gets me up to 15. Outburst is also a very good take on here. Enervate would be a good take if you didn't want to, you know, invest into crit shards and stuff like that. You know, there's a lot of options. So, another thing, come to think of it, with this stuff, something I also want to mention is that I feel like Shiver has a lot of, or Shivering, Secondary Shiver has a lot of interesting applications with this stuff as well as for the status spreading ones, especially like Mesa. Where is it? Encumber is also really good. So like I said, my Mesa currently has Outburst, but, so like say for example, let's grab Mesa real quick. If I wanted to, this will inflict a shit ton of random status effects. Does that mean we're truth nuking enemies? Yes. There's a few alive, apparently. Just There we go. So I'm gonna have to build up my conditionals, obviously, but once I get things going, like this will just inflict a fucking more billion random status effects, which is also really, really good, and has the benefit of being not as annoying to maintain as outbursts, because you don't have to dip in and out and use your melee and shit like that. So if you want to, you can just take Encumber, and if you're using Galvanized Shot, it's a very solid option, because you output a lot of status effects, even if your status chance is pretty low. So, hate, welcome, Wimmy. Also, you get the tome mods from Rotation C of the Lab's Mirror Defense. So, doing Mirror Defense, what is it? Moonium, I think, is the name of the node? You can get them from there. I think I'm probably going to stick with Outburst, because I'm used to using Mark of the Beast. Another thing that's valuable to note as well, I don't think this has changed. I guess I can test it, actually. Let me just grab, like, my regular shitty old Mesa. Do I have any empty configs? Okay, just empty these out. This will make sense in a second, I promise. Build it up. Okay, well, it just wanted to stop, I guess. Because I believe that Furax still works. Amalgam Furax body count, I think it is. Yeah, I believe this still works. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it still works. Also, all of these whack-ass simulacrums, those come from the syndicates. You can buy them as syndicate offerings. So, and then, yeah, this thing that I had here was the Coda Melee. I haven't done much with it yet. Like I said, for this stream, Codas are going to be their own thing in terms of the quality of their weapons. I haven't put as much effort into them as I would like to yet to make any sort of statement about how I feel about them. Could use both. That is also true. You can stat stick Outburst on your other pistol, but I'll admit it's kind of annoying, and that's part of why I don't do it personally. So, the other, like, the last thing I want to talk about, as was kind of... Actually, I just realized I left my Death Cube with no mods over here, so I should fix that real quick. I want to talk about the Scaldra weapons. So, the Jupiter, the assault rifle here, is interesting. It's an all-right weapon. I would say, I guess I would even go so far as to say it is good. But it's nothing crazy. It's a generic assault rifle. But it has some solid stats to work with. Its main gimmick is that it has an underbarrel shotgun. This shotgun is kinda ass, I'm not gonna lie. It's able to spread a lot of status effects, but its range is horrible, its spread is massive, and it doesn't deal that much damage. The main thing it's good for is, spreading corrosive. The problem is it has a charge up for some reason. I don't understand why they did it like this. The wind up really discourages me from using the shotgun. It's fun and it's cool, and I like using it when I'm fighting an enemy that's tanky like a mech, because I can, you know, like hit them with extra status effects or whatever. Or like a Dedicant or something. But unfortunately it's just not that good. Then we have the Mars, the pistol. I think this is the weakest of the Scaldra weapons. You won't be able to tell with this, because I currently have it, like, ways around this. This thing has a shit ton of recoil. I literally have on steady aim and deadhead to remove it, because it's normally so bad. The main thing that throws me off with it is the grenade. So, the grenade has an alt-fire, really long wind-up. Keep in mind, this is with Lethal Torrent. This is with 60% more fire rate. It has a radius of 3 meters. The grenade's radius is really small. Which I just don't get. Like, I don't know. It's weird to me that it's that small. That's literally the radius of an electric proc. Like, couldn't it have been, like, at least 5? Because the main point of the grenade is for priming, but it's so slow and in such a small area, I don't give a shit. I never use it. I think it's still a fun weapon, and part of why I have it on Ember is because I'm using both my Predacite and my 1 to amp up my damage to make these weapons more fun. But it's I don't know. Like, the Mars isn't a bad weapon. It's still usable, but I wouldn't call it good. The last thing for the weapons I have currently equipped is this guy. The Dual Vices? I don't know how I'd say this. These things are actually good, and a big part of that is they have a unique passive where they deal innate gas damage, and whenever you get a gas proc, you get this buff. This buff, pH, okay, whoops. It gives you, I believe it's 8% more movement speed and 7% more attack speed. And that stacks up to 45% attack speed and 50% movement speed, I believe. So you don't have to run an attack speed mod, or if you do, you'll get a lot of benefit out of it just by virtue of your attack speed is going to be higher from the passive. The other thing you might have noticed there is the gas damage is able to spread with influence, which is a very powerful use of it. So these things are actually quite good. Also, what shoulder armor am I using? These are both the shoulder and leg armor on this outfit are the ones from the Lavos Prime Access, yeah, Nemandi, because they have the little vials on them. I thought that fit the aesthetic. The last one I want to talk about is not going to be done with Ember. And the reason for that is because it's really weird. And that is the Purgator, I don't know how I'd say this. But, so the Purgator's gimmick is, if you get a kill with it, let me show this. It's specifically a weak point kill, I believe. Okay, no, it's just enemies killed by direct hits explode into a lingering gas cloud. So this has a lot of weird properties. The gas cloud is treated like it's at the maximum 10 stack range, but even weirder from my testing, it's affected by Firestorm, which I don't believe is the case for gas procs normally. But because it's a gas proc, it doesn't scale with any elemental mods. So if you want to maximize the damage of the gas proc, you basically ditch elementals entirely, because elementals do not benefit it at all. However, because it's not a traditional AoE, the gas proc does benefit from headshot damage. So, if I have on Acuity right now, it does benefit from the headshot damage and from the headshot crit chance. Let me build this up a bit. Just get all my conditionals going. So, my strategy for this has been to pump up the base damage and critical damage and stuff like that. Faction damage also works. And then I equipped Phryno because of the faction damage thing I just mentioned. It makes the cloud much stronger. The main benefit of the Purgator, because you might notice, this isn't very good range. The gas clouds don't really reach that far, especially because they're at head level. So because they're a sphere, the equatorial bulge, if you will, is normally above a lot of enemies' heads. The thing is, though, this is really good for area denial, because if you shoot an enemy in the head, you have this lingering gas cloud, and anyone who walks into it will take a shit ton of damage. You could even use something like Continuous Misery to make it last twice as long if you wanted to. I have Firestorm on right now. I don't know if it's worth it, honestly, because it's not that big of an increase. I might drop it for Continuous Misery to play into that area denial element more, but also, alright, I'll have you a Nitro back in a moment, but also, yeah, Lavos with the Augment does work, and I believe Resupply also works. Those two contexts, they do benefit from that. But okay, let me explain something real quick. So, when you are building a DOT weapon, right, so Electric, Heat, and Toxin all work like this. They do two things. The first thing is the weapon calculates a stat called modded base damage, which is your base damage mods, and your faction damage mods, basically. And then it uses that modded base damage on top of a few other modifiers. So, modded base damage is then run through existing elemental damage mods, and your faction damage mods, whether or not your hit was a critical hit, what your critical damage was, headshot multiplier, stuff like that. So, for most DOTs, if you have a mod that matches the DOT element, that will increase its damage. So, an electric proc will deal more damage if you have more electric damage, because you're using an electric mod. The thing is, gas mods don't exist, because it's a combo element of heat and toxin, so functionally, you can't boost it with elementals, because there is no gas mod to boost in that equation. There's no gas elemental mod to, go in there, and it doesn't count toxin and heat. So, Lavos and Cyto 9 functionally give you a gas mod, so that works. They do inherit that like it's a gas mod. Otherwise, though, it doesn't really work out. there's leaded gas now for the Vesper. That's true. That also is treated like a gas mod, though it won't affect this thing. That is correct. That is also considered for its calculations. So this thing is very weird and very different. I think it's a fun weapon, and I think it's a very cool weapon, but how practical it is, I think, is up to the person using it. I think just for the sake of argument as well, I actually am going to slot Continuous Misery in this slot, just to see how that goes. I could also just unlock this and throw Vigilante Supplies in there. So, as I said, this will actually hurt the radius a tad, but it's not a huge deal. And now the gas clouds will linger, or they should linger for considerably longer. I don't have any particles on because they look really bad on YouTube, so the gas visual effect is just this blinking thing, which is really annoying. But, because like you can notice, it's not reaching quite as far, not hitting some enemies that it was hitting previously, but Continuous Misery is very, very beneficial for this thing. Another strategy that you can do if you don't want to play into the gas cloud as much is you can build it for blast. And so you can have the direct hit, you know, blow up enemies for a huge amount of blast damage, because it does a ton of headshot damage. So, I said, the Purgator, good weapon in my opinion, but exceedingly niche. You really have to play into it. It's kind of like a Chakur if it left the zone, like, it left the zone in its wake, but the zone was smaller. So, overall, I like it, but it's pretty niche, and I don't think I'll be using it that much because of that fact. So, also, how difficult is it to get these weapons? The Scaldra weapons are all very easy to obtain. Minerva sells them for, I think, like 20 or 30k standing each. They're very inexpensive. I would say if you're going to get any of the Scaldra weapons, easily my #1 recommendation are these guys. These things are really good. Did they roll back the update where you can't give energy color to status effects? That's been gone for a while, unfortunately. I don't think it's ever come back, but what is this, Dual Visis, whatever? This is a really good weapon. I also think the Jupiter is a good automatic rifle. It's got innate corrosive, not that much, but some. The main purpose for that is like the shotgun. The shotgun has a lot of, you know, innate corrosive. But the rifle's good. It's nothing super special, though. Like, the AX-52, I think, is generally an upgrade to it in most ways. The Mars, I would recommend only getting if you like the aesthetic, because I want to make something clear. This gun looks really cool. It's got a red dot, it's got this bayonet thing on it. It's a really cool-looking gun. But I should also mention something, this is the recoil. It's pretty bad, especially with fire rate mods. Like, if you put on Lethal Torrent, it kicks pretty aggressively. Not great comfort-wise, which is why my normal setup has both steady aim, or steady hands, and deadhead on it to get around it. This thing, though, is a really cool weapon. It's just kind of weak. I hope it gets buffed. At least gives us an increase in the grenade explosion radius. I'd fuck with that. But, so, those are the Scaldra weapons. And I think we've gone over Exalted changes, Pseudo-Exalted changes, Scaldra weapons, and the addition of Temple. So, Coda weapons, I don't really have much to say, because I haven't done much with them yet. I do like the Torxica from what I played with it, and the Sporothrix I highly recommend. If you have Volatile Variant, you should get this gun. It is really, really good. So, how's Temple Signature Pistol? I actually haven't leveled up the Riot almost at all. I put one Forma on it and kind of left it alone. I'll have to get back to you on that. I haven't really been liking it that much, so I haven't been doing that much with it. It seems like a lot of its damage is reliant on the gimmick of the bullets teleporting back to it when you reload. And so because of that, it feels like a lot of your damage is kind of delayed. Kind of like the Cantare in that regard, I guess. Also, the Coda Shotgun is not available yet. It comes out tomorrow. Because the rotation, it rotates every 4 hours, or every 4 days. So, and yeah, Sporothrix did not need a Coda, but it got one, and it's kind of fucking nuts. Sporothrix is insane. Yeah, Sporothrix is genuinely a stupid good weapon on anyone you can really put it on. It's just really good by itself. Mag certainly makes it better. Cyto 9 is really good for it. There are plenty of Warframes that take really good advantage of Sporothrix because of their, you know, buffs and things like that. But not necessarily required. Also, there is a Coda shotgun. It's called the Bass Assist or something like that, but it's not coming out this week. Or Bass Assist, I don't know. Also, Tempo's Exalted Guitar is very good. I covered it more in-depth a bit earlier in the stream. I say a bit. It's probably been, like, 40 minutes ago by now. But... And then Dual Toxis did not get a Coda, but we have this guy, the Coda Torxica. Their gimmick is actually kind of interesting. Instead of spreading around damage like the Toxicist does with its Incarnon, they spread a debuff. So how this works is if you get a kill, or I believe it's on kill, enemies will spread these spores. These spores will gradually inflict cold damage, and enemies with a spore will take 1.5 times more damage from the Torxica. And then, of course, when they die, they inflict 3 more spores. So, this is not a full build quite yet. I still have some work to do on it. I haven't been wanting to sit, in ESO all damn day with these weapons. So, also, yeah, ETA is hard as fuck. It is way harder than EDA. So, these things are quite good. Hema, I'm a little disappointed by, to be honest with you all. Because it has no gimmick. It just has better stats. But at the same time, I can't hate it for that, because a lot of other adversary weapons are like that. But at the same time, I wish it was more. Because, I don't know. Carrick didn't get that, and I also didn't like it there. And I'm just kind of sad Hema was a victim of that. One weapon that did get a change, though, I haven't done much with it yet, but was Catabolist. Catabolist now throws 3 grenades when you reload it. 1 in the center of your crosshair, and then 2 out to the side. So it covers a lot more area, and you can kind of control that area and, the density based on how far away it is. Also, I believe the weapons rotate at 7 p.m. Central Time. If I throw it right in front of me, much more concentrated damage because their hitboxes overlap, where if I throw it far out, I can cover a wider area. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the modifiers in ETA seem, excessively brutal from what I was reading. Here's one that I think fucking sucks. One of the modifiers for the tank boss fight is all of its attacks deal toxin damage. I think that's a bullshit modifier just from the sound of it, and I'm scared. Now, I like some of the balancing things to offset how hard they are. For example, they have the Peely Pick stickers. That one I think is really cool, where you can get the stickers that give you beneficial things throughout your mission. There's also the... what the fuck is it called? The weekly tracks in Holvania. Those also give you buffs that are really helpful in that environment. I think it's interesting that ETA is going to be a lot harder depending on where you are in the season system, right? Because, if you are in winter and you have no buffs except for your, just the winter ones because you got to reset, it's going to be much harder than in fall when you have all of your, your buffs from all of the weekly tracks and you're much stronger. Minerva and Velamir also help you out, which is kind of nice, especially if you get a frame that can buff them, or if you're using, I think Got Your Back affects them. So that stuff is helpful as well. I don't think I have any more Simulacrum rambling to do, so I can talk about ETA real quick. We can go to the Central Mall and discuss it, because I have some things I want to say about it. Also, I'm sorry if I'm all over the place right now. I slept 2 hours last night, so I'm pretty fucking exhausted, but I wanted to sort of get my thoughts out on this stuff, because you see, not only are you all watching me explain these things, but this is also therapy for me, because now I don't have to think about this shit anymore, because I've already said my piece on it. Anyhow, so, looking at ETA, some important things to mention. So, for one, these new personal modifiers, I believe, are also now retroactively in EDA as well. We have these 2 new ones, Dull Blades and Hypersensitive. Hypersensitive is fucking ass. I hate this modifier. You want to get a 20-second heat proc? That's the type of shit we're on with this modifier. Hypersensitive fucking sucks to get. Otherwise, these are all things that we're used to, right? Here's the thing that I really hate about this in comparison to EDA, though. You seem passionate. I think Warframe's in a really great state right now, and I would recommend it. But, so here, first of all, hypersensitive. This just makes Overguard even more mandatory in these environments, and I think that sucks. Dual Blades is 50% reduced melee combo chance. I don't think that's a big deal. This one's fine. That one's tolerable. So we have the Peely Pick system. You can apply 1 to each mission, and you will get a buff or a benefit. And then you can get duplicate Peely Picks, which will make the sticker stronger and stronger and stronger. In order to get those duplicate Peely Picks, you buy these, or you get these, the Peely Packs. You get 1 from the actual missions, and then you also can purchase them from her shop, which I'll talk about in a second. So each mission gets 1 Peely Pick sticker you can apply to it, and then it also has its modifiers. Some of these new ones, though, are pretty fucked. Also, 50% is this thing post-nerf. It used to be 75%. So, for example, looking at this one, Cache Crash. Consequences of opening a supply cache are active from the start and will intensify once it's opened. Failure to open a supply cache doubles the kill count required to finish the mission. Jade Spirits. Jade Wisps haunt the region. If approached, they chase down the player and transform into Jade Light Beams. This modifier is way fucking worse than you would expect. Because of hypersensitive, with this particular run, hypersensitive makes you take 18 seconds of heat procs from these things if they touch you. I think it's 18 seconds. And so normally you can only be targeted by 1 Jadeite Eximus at a time. There is no limit on this. You can be chased by like 5 or 6 of the fucking things at the same time, and they don't go away unless you shoot them. This one is really annoying. Heavy Warfare I actually think is a fun modifier. Enemies, basically you're required to use your art gun. I think it's a cool spin on it. Also, picks are not consumed when you equip them. These are persistent. But I think Heavy Warfare is fun. Hell Scrub. This one has a modifier I also think is terrible. Pylon. Techrot enemies attempt to melee Hell Scrubbers, bursting on contact and increasing contamination by 33%. So, now you can just have these robbed from you instantly. If you have a Hell Scrubber tower active, they can just steal them from you by walking up and hitting them. This also has Miasmite Swarm, Techrot Miasmite Swarm throughout the mission. They also contribute to this. So if a Miasmite decides it wants to walk up and suicide bomb next to the Hell Scrubber, it'll just turn into a Babao. And then Myopic Munitions is back. And then defense, this one is noise suppression. These, the drones that spit out the sludge from the tank boss fight are present in the mission. And then enemies launch large, slow-moving orbs. That one's fine. I haven't really noticed it being, like, super oppressive or anything. And It's Alive is actually kind of a fun modifier, where you have to keep moving because the floor will try and attack you if you stay in one place. Defense, horrifyingly, is by far the easiest mission available this week. So, another thing about Hell Scrub that's important, there is a new mechanic there. Every minute, a Babao will spawn, a regular one. Not an Eximus one. If you kill a Babao, it'll drop a Hell Scrubber detonator, and if you detonate it on a Hell Scrub tower, it will not give you life support, but it will reduce the mission timer. I'm gonna be honest, Pylon is currently way too much in my opinion. This should be like 10% or something. It is so insanely oppressive. And on top of that, because the Eximus versions of the Babao are so hard to kill and drop less life support, it's just really, really cancer to deal with. Because, like, when I beat this, because I did my first ever run of this solo, I beat this with 1% life support remaining. It was some rough shit. So, some things I want to talk about. The reward track. I guess you guys can't see this. Hold on. Let me hide the live reaction for a second, so you guys can see what we're looking at here. So, the reward pool for the silver tier, which is the starting one, is Archon Shards are common, Omniforma Blueprints are rare. I would consider getting an Omniforma Blueprint bad luck, honestly. Uncommon is the 3 new Arcanes, an Elemental Vice, and a Tau Forge Shard. And then same deal over here. Something I want to note, unlike EDA, I have gotten a Violet Shard from this. So you are able to receive combo shards from ETA, in my experience at least. Now, in the gold reward tier, something else, this changes a bit. Now, the Omniforma is built, and it is in the uncommon tier. Everything else is the same, except for Tau Forge shards have been moved to the common tier. And then in the arcane tier, everything has the same drop chance, and it is the 3 new arcanes, a built Omniform, or a Tau Forge shard. So that's for, because this used to be a blueprint, and they changed it to a built one specifically for these tiers. You can still get a blueprint in this lower tier. Here's the thing that I want to bitch about in regards to these, though. So as a lot of you know, in ETA, or EDA, you have Phosphor caches, which means that you can safely not take every negative modifier, because you don't need the final Phosphor cache. However, here we have these things, the Pix chips. You get 6 for this one, and 9 for this one. So, why is that important? That's the shop.
Sticky never seems to wear off.
You can buy 1 of each of the new arcanes per week. Only 1 of them. And they are 5 Pix chips each. Meaning, implying you buy nothing else from this, by the way. If you want to max out these arcanes efficiently, you have to do every single negative modifier and every single random gear, equipment item. This, with the worst possible RNG, will take you 5 months. And that implies you complete the ETA with every modifier every single time, which will be hard as fuck. I think these should have their price reduced, and I also feel like they should bring back the fact that you can safely drop a negative modifier.
Make sure we get a gold
Like,
star on
here's my thoughts on this. These 9 Pix chips, roll them in with this. Just give you 15 here, and make this more like a Phosphor cache. This is really goddamn hard, and will take forever. And here's something else that I think is very important to note, right? Because EDA kind of has this problem too, but there's something very important to note in that environment. EDA is not the only way to get those arcanes. You can get them from Netra cells. So it's less consistent and it will take you longer, but there is an easier route to get them. There is no such thing as an easier route in this environment for those arcanes. You have to do ETA. They do not come from anywhere else. So you're stuck with this, essentially. You want the arcanes, you're going to do this. And if you can't do full modifiers, you're buying 1 a week. Trade. You can trade for them, but the prices will have to be insanely high for this. Also, aren't the chips farmable? There are Peely picks that give you extra chips in exchange for taking a negative modifier, like an extra negative modifier. Here's the problem. They only work for 1 completion. You cannot repeatedly farm them, according to the patch notes at least. So, as it stands, you can get at most 18 a week. And those negative modifiers, those will beat your ass. Like the ones that you can take optionally that give you 1 extra Pix chip. Like, okay, I remember 2 of them off the top of my head. One of them is during the mission, when you take damage, anytime you take damage, 5% chance you get a toxin proc. One of the other ones, every 20 seconds, Nova's antimatter drop orb spawns and starts chasing you. Every 20 seconds. So, you will have to deal with some fuck shit if you want to take the additional negative modifiers. So, I will say this. I can't say for sure how ETA is going to be, because I've only done 1. The one I did was really fucking hard. And I don't feel like it was hard in a way that felt like it was fair, primarily because of this mission. This mission and the inability to just spawn life support capsules was really frustrating. Another thing that I think that's important to note about this is this is not as big of an issue in high-level content in most areas, but it's the fucking Venomous Eximus units, specifically in the Exterminate. Because in the Exterminate, they can just spawn on top of you, and if that happens, you will die instantly. That's just it. So, like, in the Exterminate, if you see enemies spawning from spawn pods, you have to fucking run. If one of them is a Venomous Eximus, you are dead. So, with this, here's kind of my thought, right? I hope this gets changed, because I feel like it's going to take a long-ass time to max out these arcanes currently, and I feel like with community sentiment, it probably will be changed, but who knows when. It took Netra Cells like a month, I think, before they got significant changes to the reward pools when they were not worth doing. Is this worth doing in its current state? It's about as worth doing as EDA from a reward standpoint, but I would argue this is much, much harder. Especially because of the fact that if you want the best rewards, you have to take every negative debuff every single time. I wish that they would both restore the fact that you can, you know, forego one negative debuff and not lose that much. And I also feel like the arcane should be more farmable. Something I think you could do, actually, to help offset this, is potentially make the Pix chips farmable for every completion. Like, maybe every time you complete a mission, it gives you one Pix chip no matter what. And you can do that repeatedly. Maybe that could help offset it. So you can grind the same one to, you know, stack them up. And then the ones from down here are, like, optional. But got Necros on the Hell Scrub. Yeah, when I helped Nitro through it, I took Necros purely for the Hell Scrub. But, like, in its current state, is this worth doing? I would say... How do I put this? It depends on your tolerance for frustration. Because, like, I remember when EDA launched, I struggled with it a lot, but I got used to it. But some of these modifiers are so brutal that I just don't know if I'm going... Like, if I can say from where we stand that it'll be worth it. Because it's so hard and gives you so little in comparison. Like, if you look at the rewards here, right? You can get Archon Shards from a bunch of places. Omniforma come from other places. The only thing that you'll actually do this specifically for are the 3 new Arcanes. And it's just gonna feel like shit if you don't get them, if you ask me. So, the new Arcanes are all very good, if you ask me. We have Universal Fallout, where each radiation status effect inflicted on enemies by abilities gives them a 6% chance to drop a Universal Orb. I think this will be really helpful for a few Warframes. Corvex will like this one, Oberon will like this one. More importantly, though, you can put on a radiation mod on an exalted weapon, and you can use that to do this as well. So, I think that this will be very interesting and very helpful for managing energy economy. Wisp as well, that's true. Hotshot, gain a 6% critical chance for 10 seconds when using abilities that inflict heat status, maximum 50 stacks. This will be really good on Ember, it'll be good on Temple, also really good on Exalted Weapon frames. There's a lot of frames that this would be really good on as well. And then Arcane Escapist. They added health gating to the game. I don't know what else to say. Gain a stack of Escapist up to 9 on taking fatal damage, consume 3 stacks to avoid death and become invulnerable for 12 seconds. This is just health gating, but it requires you to get mercy kills. So yeah, Hotshot would probably also be very good on Jade. So, also, I think the res one is valuable because of toxin damage. Like, as well as frames that don't have shields, these would be able to be very beneficial for those Warframes, in my opinion. Escapist encourages bad player behavior. Not necessarily. I don't think... Because it doesn't encourage you to die. Because you do get 12 seconds of invulnerability, but you have to build it up with mercy kills, which aren't super common to come by. So I feel like it's more of a safety net than a... like, encouraging you to die, because the buff that you get it's kind of like Nidus is, right? Where it's like, hey, don't do that shit again, because this resource is limited, and you're going to run out, probably before you can build up the other, like, the extra 3. So, does Escapist work on Ashe? I have no idea. This is Mercy Kills, so I would assume it doesn't. So, I feel like this Arcane will be helpful on certain Warframes. I think it'll admittedly be the most niche, though. Because I feel like I could see this being helpful in really high-level content on frames that don't have access to shields. But otherwise, I think it'll be fine. Also, Ashe's new teleport augment with that allows you to do mercy kills, then that should work fine. Also, the coda occasionally not going to the Railjack missions is a known bug in the known issues list. I think it's one of the most fatal ones that needs to get fixed, honestly. Because that one, and sometimes your coda will have no correct antivirus, that one's also really bad. So, I guess here's sort of my thoughts overall. These two I think will be good, but niche. This one will be good, but even more niche. And
They're so shiny. Let me know if you're
this system overall is not very rewarding for its difficulty. That's kind of just my general thoughts. Another thing, I guess, with that note, you can buy the sticker packs as well. Because, like I said, duplicate stickers will level the stickers up. I believe you need 10 stickers in total of one type to max a sticker out. And then once you've gotten one maxed out, duplicate ones will turn into Pix chips. So you'll be able to get more, like, this is something that I think is kind of frustrating. It's a rich get richer scenario. Because if you played a shit ton of this mode, and you've maxed all of your stickers, then the guaranteed one of these you get each week will just turn into Pix chips, which you can use to buy arcanes. So it'll be easier on people who have already gotten everything, which feels kind of backwards to me. I guess I don't know. That's sort of just my current thought process with it. But overall, I just don't think it's rewarding enough. I don't doubt the developers will probably address it. And yeah, you can only buy 3 arcanes a week. That's what I mean, is, or I should clarify. It takes pressure off of you having to do this, right? It takes pressure off of you having to do the final, taking every debuff. I think it's just, this mode is really hard. Some of the modifiers are pretty bullshit, honestly. And I feel like it's just not that rewarding for how difficult it is currently. I expect it to get changed because DE did it with Netrocells. But for the time being, I would say, do this game mode if you want the challenge, not for the rewards. And be aware, it's going to take you more than one try. Everyone is equalized in that. Kind of. It depends on how you want to spend your currency. Because you can get more than other people by buying these, but I wouldn't personally do it. So, I don't know. I feel the same way about ETA did about EDA on release. Because when EDA was released, I talked about this. It was like, I was excited for it as endgame content, and then I was slapped in the face with a lot of the randomness as difficulty stuff that just didn't feel fun. And I feel like ETA has just made me relive that problem. Because if you also look, this is 100 levels higher than EDA as well. I believe it's 100 levels higher. And you're dealing with things like Babaus and Dedicants and other really tanky enemies of that stripe. So it's just a really ball-busting experience. Even compared to EDA, this shit is rough. They're 100% adding a different way to get the arcanes. I definitely think they probably will. The question is, if they do, how will they make it worth, getting them from here? My thought would be, like, here's just a pitch, right? Maybe we get an alternate way to farm the arcanes, or an alternate way to farm Pix chips, and they uncap the amount per week. I think that would be a good idea. Or potentially, whenever you get an arcane from the reward track, it gives you, like, 3. That could also be a potential solution, but we'll have to see what happens. They suck the target. Yeah, even after having their health and shields nerfed, they're still really tanky. I also think, and then yeah, the Arc Gun modifier is actually really fun. This is an example of a good modifier, in my opinion. With Vendor with Energize, easy fix, real and true. So I think this is a wait and see. Hopefully they make it better. I don't doubt they will, because I've been kind of disconnected from a lot of the wider community discourse about this update, and the reason for that's pretty obvious. People don't like it, and I just don't want to deal with the negativity. So, I'm able to form my own opinions about this game. I don't need the Warframe subreddit to tell me how to feel about it, but as far as I've heard through the grapevine, ETA not being rewarding is a pretty big complaint, and I imagine they'll probably see it. I think that this has potential, because EDA had potential, and I want to see that expanded into here, but it's just not worth doing unless you want to do it for the challenge. That's the thing that kind of is weird. Like, the whole update? Yes. Weirdly enough, well, not weirdly enough, everyone I've talked to that's involved in the wider community has just shit on this update when I talk to them about it. I will say this. Stability problems, yes. this update is ridiculously fucking buggy. And I feel like it shouldn't have launched that way. Like, no shit, right? I'm not going to say the game should have launched buggy. But I've seen a lot of people say things even beyond that, like the Coda weapons aren't interesting enough, the Coda bosses and stuff like aren't interesting enough. They don't like the Scaldra weapons, stuff like that. The only thing I've heard nobody complain about is Temple, actually. Nobody's bitched about Temple, and that makes sense. Temple's really fucking good. Now, I like this update a lot overall, personally. I think there's a lot of cool stuff in it. The bugs fucking suck. I'm not gonna lie to you on that. My game has crashed more times in the last few days than it has in the last few months. But the content of the update is great. It's just going to take some time for them to fix it. You want somebody to bitch about Temple? I don't want them to. I've just not seen anybody do it. Also, yeah, we're going to be getting a better Tysus, which is surprising. It was already really good. It's just more MR. I think it's more people want, like, I don't think MR fodder is a good thing for the game, right? Like, I'd like to, if a weapon's cool, I like to use it, I guess. But at the same time, I think they're not, like, they're fine, I guess. That's the problem. They're just fine. Are usually buggy on release? That totally depends. That totally depends. Because with Duviri was pretty buggy, Angels was pretty buggy, but a lot of others weren't. Veilbreaker didn't have any massive bugs. Lua's Prey didn't have any massive bugs. I think Citrine's Last Wish was pretty buggy for a few things. 1999 surprisingly didn't have that many bugs in it. I don't think anything major was with 7 Crimes or Echoes of Duviri either. It's like we have our one broken-ass update a year, it feels like. And then we just go back to the game having decently stable updates. Like, this one is abnormally bad in terms of stability problems. I kind of wish that they would have delayed it so that it didn't launch like this, but it is what it is. And it's not like I'm super bent out of shape about it. I'm still enjoying the game, and it's not like it's like hurting my experience to the point that I don't want to play. Now, if I ever have a Coda softlock where I can't finish them, it'll probably piss me off. But I haven't encountered one yet, so I'm fine on that front. So in regards to, someone asked me as well about the Coda boss fight is probably one of my favorite boss fights in the entire game. I really, really like them. I have been just yapping for the last hour and a half about a bunch of stuff. Also, opinion on Exalteds. I explained it pretty in-depth about 20 minutes into the stream. Overall, though, just, you know, SparkNotes version, they are super good now. You ever eat Buffalo Wild Wings? Actually, yes, and I would just like to say, why is it impossible for Buffalo Wild Wings to give you food that's actually hot? It's fucking wings. I'll go there and sit at my table for 40 minutes, and they'll give them to me and it's cold. Like, what the fuck were you doing for 40 minutes, then? Okay, sorry, that was a minor side tangent. Anyways. Oh, my frame rate just tanked for a second there. Is Corey dead like people say? Fuck no. She's still very good. Do I think she's worse overall? Realistically, yes. But she's still very good. I feel designed to get a later Nightwave augment. I guess we'll kind of have to see on that front. Also, Rumbled augment. I haven't done much with Rumbled. Also, yeah, Influence does work on Korra now, I think. I actually didn't change my build to compensate for that. But Influence was bugged and didn't work on launch, but I think that's been fixed. I would say, ignore ETA unless you want to do it for the challenge. This is going to sound counterintuitive. Do not do it for the rewards. Do it if you want the challenge of it. Do not do it for the rewards. She can now use Influence. Okay, yeah, because like I said, on launch, I know that it didn't work on Whipclaw. Now that it has, I'll have to tweak my build a little bit. I wasn't sure if they had fixed it or not. But also, I don't think Crescendo would work because it's not finisher damage. I don't think it would be able to build it. So, who will I pick for this? I guess I can play Temple in an actual mission. Sorry, I bumped my microphone there. Can still hit 10 million or more. Yeah, like, Atlas is really, really good as well. I think his buffs were considerable. Do not expect bugs a lot, even given the game's history. Like, I'll say this. I am a Warframe player who has played for so long, this stuff doesn't faze me. It's, you know, like a water off a duck's ass kind of thing. The update's buggy, boo fucking who. I played through some insanely buggy updates with this game. Because I've been playing the game for a really long time. Why is this ephemera on me? What the... Huh? This new tech ephemera inherit? This Baruch's ephemera is sticking to me. What the fuck? What? Oh my god. Okay, I'm scared of this guy. I gotta get away from that Baruch. I'm not... Okay, we're hiding in here for a minute. Anyways, we're gonna hide in here. We're gonna hide in here from the Baruch. So... I was kind of disappointed, though. I think it honestly depends on your RNG if you find ETA easy or not. Like, even more so than normal. It always did that. I've never seen anyone actually use it. Catching up a little bit. Live ephemera inherit reaction. Atlas trivialized it for me. I could see him making it, especially with Orgaze for the Hell Scrub. Also, yeah, Sporothrix is very, very good. Also, I've been enjoying the Kim chats so far. Fortunately, the Kim chats are not random this time. They always occur in a set order, and you always get every conversation, which I think is really good. So, I'm gonna do more of the coda, and we'll invite Nitro to our lobby real quick as well, just so he can join us. But couldn't find a good build for it. I think Serene Storm is really, really good now. It was always really good, if you want my honest opinion, but now it's even better, right? Rich get richer kind of thing. Also, did you buy every accessory Prime Access? Over the course of many years, yes. Okay, Nitro, did you receive my invite? Okay, you did. So, real quick before we do anything, I am going to get up for just a moment. Do you guys want to watch the slideshow, or should I just leave it on my gameplay? We can do the slideshow for a minute. This update sucks, bro. Real and true. Thoughts on Exalted Blade? It is very, very good now. So, I'm going to... You guys can just watch this for a second. It's broken again. We'll just jump to, like, here. Give me, like, a minute. I will be right back. Okay, everyone, we're back from our brief intermission. I hope that you all did not plot my downfall. I see that in the Zoomer generation, whenever I get up, I always like to see how many people I lost from the stream. But it wasn't that many, so we're fine. What is this slideshow? It's a bunch of funny images I found on the internet. So, buy me Forma or I will start crying. Hold on. You know what? Do you have it on your wish list, Phoenix? Profile... Wish list. You don't. Damn it. Feel stuck with it. I guess when you say any suggestions for Serene Storm, isn't like you think it's not working out for you? Let me... Alright, weird and obscure tip time. We're going to shop. Wait, is shop gone? I can't go to shop anymore? Oh no. They can augment than this. Shop is gone. This is so sad. I'm actually weeping right now. It's so over. Do I actually have them on my own wish list? No, I don't. Weird. Shoppint. It's fucking over. Can't use the command to view offline accounts. That's some bullshit. Go to mine. Are you actually? You're just Zayak, right? Wow. Thank you, Zayak. Oh, will this just gift it to you directly? Normally it gives me the option to pick, right? Also, the profile is just called shop. Look. It should be on my wish list now. Goddamn, Phoenix. It'll let you pick? Oh. I wasn't sure if that had ever changed. I guess we're gonna find out now. The safe... No, we're not. No, we're not, actually. I guess we're doing Zayak's account. It's not updating. I just realized that wasn't even Zayak. What the fuck? Why did it take me to your account when I just typed in Zayak? What? Huh? Okay, yeah, it does let me pick. It just has Zayak auto-filled. Oh, wait, that's... There it is. Gay. It knew? It does know, apparently. Also, what Nitro? Oh, no. Catastrophic typo over at Ubisoft. Okay. A URL shortener. Temple Dripper Drown stream. I need to just redo Dripper Drown in general. Doesn't seem to proc it at all. I think the way I have it built currently is Blast Electric. Or Blast Toxin, I think. I can show you what I'm using, I suppose. My current Baruch uses Nourish over the 1. And a lot of power strength. And then my Desert Wind is, yeah, Blast and Toxin. And I use the Augment as well. I personally find it to be quite strong, but... So yeah, we have the space aids there that I've got to get rid of. Okay, we can go ahead and jump into this real quick. I'll do the Techrot Exterminate. Now I've been alienated by everyone I know and love. I'm sorry to hear that, but that is kind of funny. Double space aids. I think that the regular space aids takes priority. Well, I'm glad it forcefully opened my mailbox. Oh, I also will say, with just how much I'm talking about, because that probably not, purely because it gets hard for me to focus when there's more and more people. Nitro doesn't say things much, so generally speaking, he's not super distracting. But, like, if I wasn't talking about so much information, I would be fine with it, but because I'm so, like, scatterbrained right now, it's, don't read mail and drive, you can't fucking stop me. Alright, everyone, time for Warframe Drunk Driving. Whoops. Nitro, favorite food? I guess they're asking a question for you, dear. Oh, well, we got the bug. You're not in my mission. Oh, both Sys can stack. Interesting. My temple hasn't gotten space aids yet, so... Hit the family of 4? Exactly. Just say Big Chungus and leave? True. Yes, the mission is on. I'm in the mission, dear. We got the bug. Thank you for the 5. Are the Techrot edible? So I forgot to thank the person for the 2 earlier when I read their message. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to come off as unappreciative. Are the Techrot edible? I would go with no, probably not, unless you're a Kavat. It's actually established with the derelicts that the Kavats there eat the infestation. So if you're a Kavat, yes. If not, probably no. Dakota breaks Equinox Prime's helmet? Huh. Daughter smokes it. Daughter's already partially infested, though. I guess, yeah, if you're an infested, you can, because they also, like, have the polyps and stuff like that they eat. So, if you're infested, then I guess you can as well. Are you coming? Oh, there you are. It was taking long enough, I was getting worried. I'm eating the Techrot. I'm taking the damn sign. No, I've got a decent amount of people here. Okay, first question. I have a question for everyone in chat right now. How many of you here actually watch my videos, or how many of you here don't know who I am up until this point you're watching this stream? Because we have an abnormally high number of stream viewers because of the new update, so I just want to check, I want to probe this information before I say what I'm about to say. Who are you? Real and true. I sleep to your videos. I'm glad Zert's not here, because Zert would just hit me with the, like, I edge to your videos or some fucking shit. I know your real name. It's not any secret. Regular watcher? Okay, good to hear. And thank you all who do watch my content as well. I really appreciate it. This is a question I have for you frequent watchers in particular, because I've been kind of going over this in my head and I want to ask you all about it. So I've been kind of stuck in a bit of a weird spot with YouTube in general. I want to move to live closer to Nitro sometime this year. And I was thinking about just that sort of financially and from a job security standpoint, because if I move 1,000 miles away from where I live, right, you know, I'll have to find a new job and things like that, and that's a pretty scary prospect, all things considered. YouTube does not make enough money for me to do it as a job while I look for another job. So I was talking with Kazette the other night, and they brought up the idea of accepting sponsorships, which is something I've always been against, because I think that they hurt the quality of the content. So I thought I would ask you all, in terms of that kind of thing, for the potential of more content, for making YouTube a more sustainable actual job for myself. Would you prefer sponsorships stay out of my videos and they exist as they are, or that I should begin including them? I want to make something clear. If I include sponsorships, I have a few rules for them. They will never be in videos below 15 minutes, and they will always be at the end. Those are the two things that I would draw as a lines in the sand for accepting sponsorships. Oh, we're in the radius of the... I don't give a shit. I completely agree with the rules. I'm actually surprised how many of you are saying that this is a good decision, considering the fact that, I also will say this. I will also look into any sponsorships I accept. I'm not going to accept a sponsorship I don't know anything about. Get that money. Thank you for the additional 5. You know, I gotta hit that with the like. Get your Raid Shadow Legends bag. Thank you for the 2, Mr. Kill Jr. These people are sponsoring me right now, as a matter of fact. And I will say this. Some people will say that, like, they're not that annoying, and you're entitled to that opinion. If they don't bother you, that's good. I hate them. YouTube sponsorships annoy the shit out of me a lot of the time. Because I feel like, for me, if I were to accept them, I would like to be able to... All of them are wrong, damn. I would like to be able to accept sponsors that I actually like and endorse in some way, because I don't want to tell my audience to use a thing I don't think is good. Right? So that's also a big part of it for me. Hard to find the key to open the loot box. I think that it's bugged. I don't think they're spawning enough keys. I can only ever find exactly 2. To completely ignore them. That's fair. Let me catch up a little bit as well. Da-da-da. Ain't gonna do nothing? Fair enough. Oh. I think this is yours? Or is this mine? Hold on. Okay, it is yours. Like, 5 years in there, great. Oh my god, crossbreeding. The Techrot grows stronger still, as Eleanor would say. Oh my god, I just realized. Thank you all for pointing this out. They haven't been able to hear you.
Oh.
When you had muted yourself, it made a really loud noise for some reason when you got up to take a shower, so I muted the Discord audio channel. Thank you for pointing that out. I completely forgot I did that. Because he was gone for long enough, it slipped my mind that it happened. Nitro's just been completely silent for like the last, what, probably half hour that he's been back? Whoops. Sorry about that, everyone. Anyways, no, he wasn't really quiet. I just accidentally banished him. Silencing minorities? That's true.
Muzzle on too.
True. We have to silence Nitro when he tries to talk about politics.
I fucking hate the government.
I didn't get to hear Nitro's favorite food. That's true. You didn't even actually answer that, did you?
No, I genuinely don't know. I don't eat that many foods to know. Personally.
Don't ask Nitro basic information. It's too much for him. Don't ask, like, if you ask him his favorite color, he'll cry.
My kryptonite is like the fucking thing they ask you when like your first day of school is like, say your name and then 3 things about yourself. That is my kryptonite.
Degraded his voice from the stream. Was silent, but was he savage silence? Perhaps. What's your favorite number? What's your least favorite color?
Least favorite color? Brown.
Huh? I don't read into that. Don't read into that, everyone. Don't read into that. Anyways. Ouch. Yeah, there's the racism.
All I'm gonna say is y'all wouldn't have batted an eye if I said white.
What are your house's weaknesses? I honestly, I would have. Well, yeah, because white's not a color technically.
All right, English teacher.
How was that English? That's an art concept.
I know that, but like the English teacher would always be the ones like, I don't know, can you?
Maybe I should mute you again. Anyways, chat, we ended racism. True. What is Nitro's elemental matchup?
I don't know what now it is.
Nitro is strong against cold. I know that for sure. He's resistant to cold. I don't know what he'd be weak to.
Weak to heat, ironically.
Put the muzzle back on. Yeah, Nitro has to go back in the basement. Sorry, everyone. Everyone, my chat is cured racism. Okay. I also will say, for those of you who don't normally watch my streams, I hope you're having a fun time. I'm a lot more animated when I'm live than I am in my videos, because when I'm reading off a script, it is much harder to... I get into like an almost presentation mindset. It's much harder to make my emotions kind of come through. Here's what I'm using, by the way, Phoenix. But it's harder for my emotions to come through when I'm doing something like that. So I probably come off quite differently, but I think I don't have any of these. I wish that... Okay. Minor thing I want to ask of DE. Can it please make these glow blue for which ones you have currently equipped? Just to make sure I don't accidentally double up. Or resistant due to exposure? I can't make a comment on that on stream. Can cool kids say trans rights? Well, I guess there you go. I had to say it to read it. I don't know. I have several of my best friends are trans, so like, yeah, I guess that's kind of obligatory, isn't it? You're weak to soap. Unless my friend came back with the shit called Solo, please. Yeah.
But I shower every single fucking day, unlike my fucking female family members.
I think, specifically for a lot of them, it has to do with showering every day can be bad for your hair. But what does Nitro like to wear? If he wasn't a pussy, it should be nothing, but that's besides the point. I got my Coda stab, but it didn't reset the nodes they're on. Okay. Bad for your hair? That's what I've heard, is that it can be bad for your hair. Now, I'm no expert, so don't take my word for it. I don't know anything about this subject. That's just what I've heard. I want them to improve their left hooks as well. Yeah, trans rights and trans lefts be beating my ass in the ring, bro. I can't take them. Dudes be like, they'll have a disadvantage for being biologically, you know, a different sex. Nah, they beat the shit out of me, bro. Around the YouTube a few weeks ago. I'd seen it in my recommended, but never watched it. Because it seemed like clickbait, so I didn't want to give them the view. There, if you shower too much. Average Discord mod. Chastity gauge. I'm violently removed from the premise. Look, again, Nitro would be wearing thigh highs if he wasn't a pussy. Also, I'm in the mission. I don't know if it bugged on this
again.
Thigh
highs, if I didn't live in a fucking state where it's, you know, averaging like 90.
Grand center of mass. How do you have non-ghost Teshin? Creator mode.
No,
Creator mode
no.
sucks, by the way. A bunch of spoilers are not hidden by this, but it hides some of them.
Now we revived Teshin in the new quest, so
Yeah, Teshin comes back. All right, Nitro's here now.
so I got lost.
They should add Chungus mode. Thank you. You know what? I feel like that's just gonna be like someone in the IDAN's Discord's like sleeper activation phrase. You're gonna say it, and one of them is actually gonna go feral and like chew through a pizza delivery guy. Oh, one guy's calling Stormfall.
Go ahead, call Stormfall. I cannot shoot your balls. I don't know why I said that.
What's Nitro's favorite computer virus? That's a very niche question. Do you even have a favorite computer virus?
L1990.
Huh?
Yeah, like favorite computer virus? That I like boys file 1999.
Oh, okay, for those who don't know, a lot of the names that the Coda could generate with were really fucking bad on release. I'm talking like they could contain things like "I want boys" or "lil girls," things like that.
You know, the R word.
That's been changed, but goddamn, some of those were so fucking funny.
We also have the acronym of file with a PHILE, so that made it even worse.
I wonder which ones are still around, because, dude, if they removed "I want cougars," I'm gonna be so sad. "I want cougars" was fucking hilarious. Then again, there were some where, yeah, that deserved to get removed. Like, okay, Beat Woman, Zeke Beat Woman was kind of funny, but I get why that one's probably not in the game anymore, too. It reminds me of the on-launch Lich names, where there was, like, ass and stuff like that could appear in their names unintentionally.
Can we do the combos as Dante?
It's your 2 and your 3. It'll store your last 2 inputs of each of them, and then your 4 casts that. So I think it's 2 and then 3 is the book satellite, 3 and then 2 is the birds, 2 and 2 is the overguard, and 3 and 3 is the like radial status effect detonation.
God, I don't have
The
my
F Sir Lich is still in the game, and it's possible to generate 2. Really? Hot MILFs in your area virus? Because they said that like the adult website undertone thing is intentional, but some of them went too far. Oh yeah, I do know about the sister one. I'm not reading it out loud for obvious reasons, but I have seen it.
I mean, you could say the actual word they was probably trying to say, but...
Is Nitro susceptible to scams? What the fuck does that mean? Why are you asking?
I'd like to think I'm not that... susceptible.
Considering the job I work, I'd like to think I'm not either, but... I heard one up here.
If I get scanned, I'll just shoot the fucker, so...
I don't think it works like that. What's Nitro's SSN? Ban Kaya from... Oh yeah, Kaya is able to say the word fuck again. They removed it, but actually re-added it.
They did? Holy shit.
Stay based. Stay based, DE.
I thought there was a fucking meme that said we brought it, we fucking brought it back with popular demand.
It was in the patch notes, actually. Okay, are you guys hearing this? I hear one near me. It's up here? What the fuck? I did not see that. Oh, we're not gonna get it. Oh, wait. I saw one. Oh, no, there's no fucking way I'll get it in time.
All right.
Tragedy. The rated M game that forgets it's rated M. In regards to swearing, yes. Also, yeah, they changed all of the locations. Awful fucking change, by the way. Awful change. Does Nitro prefer sawdust and bread? I don't think so.
I'll have to try that.
No, you don't. God damn it.
It's
Look,
safe to eat.
This is why you should not tell things like this to Nitro, because like he'll just randomly be like, yeah, I should waterboard myself sometime, and it's like, no, you shouldn't.
Logistically, it doesn't make sense.
There was a guy. Okay, I think I've told this story before.
It's my fucking eighth brain. It doesn't make sense.
There was a journalist who believed that waterboarding wasn't torture, and so to prove that it was, he actually agreed to get waterboarded on television, and it gave him fucking PTSD. He had nightmares about it for months. Don't fucking waterboard yourself. I don't know why I even have to say this. Also, welcome, Sci-Fi. I have been just kind of going over the updates, changes, and contents with my audience. Nitro should try drywall. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah, that I actually did do it as a kid. That didn't actually do anything to me. It just tastes like shit.
Are you sure that's not why you are the way you are?
No, that happened after the fact.
What does that mean? After you got vaccinated, like? No, I was completely normal until.
Being autistic is like, ooh, what the fuck is this?
It's like, nope.
I'm not doing that again.
I was just a normal boy until I got the polio vaccine. Ruined everything. The Purgator goes hard as fuck with the cutie. Yeah, I'll say this. I like the update. Pretty unstable, but the actual content of it I've had a lot of fun with. Just, what do you mean, just fuck the house? What does that mean? Sorry, the chat is moving fast enough, it's kind of hard for me to keep up with. So if I miss any messages, I'm sorry, I'm not doing it on purpose. It's kind of hard to keep up with when we got this many people here. But, freaks? Yeah, let me get the image. Let me get the image. Anyhow. How are you doing? There are microplastics in my balls. Over dual talks. Oh, the Torxica? They're pretty fun. I haven't got a full build on them yet, though. I've been focusing a lot on the Scaldra weapons. Don't fucking release the Creeper. I can't believe that the number one creamer in America is no longer Robin Hood.
Wait, what?
Have you not seen the meme where it's like, oh, what is it? It's that one coffee creamer brand. It says America's number one creamer, and it just says captioned, I've been dethroned.
Oh, I have not.
I'm convinced Robin is America's number one creamer, but she's not here right now, so I can't make fun of her. Wait, you here release the creamer? The guy's using it as that one creamer. Like, do you mean you? How much has Nitro spent on Warframe? Probably not that much. Definitely not compared to me. I'd be craving for my life. Dude, that Twitter post.
Like, historically, I've been on since I think 2013. I have not played nearly as much hours as he has, though.
I'm probably going to hit 10k this year. Nutty AoE. Like, the AoE damage on... It's really good. The weapon is just really finicky in my experience. But overall, I like it. It just requires you to build into it a very particular way. Had Robin on speed dial? True. This is some bullshit. I can't fucking find anyone. Hello? In alchemy pictures, I could get ducats, traces, and mods all at once. Yes, Tennokai mods are from alchemy fissures. Yes, I've actually gotten several of them from those. Alchemy fissures are super fun. You can do them really fast if you're playing efficiently. Each rotation's like 3.5 minutes. They're pretty good for an endless fissure, if you ask me. I really like alchemy in general, though, so maybe I'm a bit biased in that regard. But if you're fast, you can do them really efficiently. Is the Motivore fun? Haven't used it enough to say, honestly. Also, Atomicycle tech, you get on it faster if you cast it in the air. Thoughts on the defense changes? Very good. Overall, I think that it's much better for the game that game mode is shorter. You've shown the temple build. I think I did earlier, but... have you seen what that motherfucker does since you can link it? Yeah, I have read about its gimmick, and it sounds really cool. I've heard that the Motivore's good, but I can't vouch for it directly. With no cap, perhaps. Also, thoughts on the star chart redesign? Okay, this is going to be considered a weird take. But I'm going to say it anyways. I don't feel like I don't think it was necessary. And here's my reasoning for that. I get the idea of, let's make sure that new players can access the new stuff faster. At the same time, though, I think that speedrunning your way through the game's story is the worst way to play the game, genuinely. Because if you do that, you're not going to learn enough, and you're going to start struggling. By the time you get to this point, it's going to be rough for you, and you'll have missed so much good content. Like, my cousin Nick speedran through the story content in order to get to the Steel Path, and that's fair, that's what he wanted to do, and he's been having fun with it, but at the same time, like, there's so much good content, he's just gonna have to grind, or, like, experience later, and I think that sucks. That and all my muscle memory is fucked because they moved a bunch of nodes around, and that pisses me off. Victor's Holvania, true. Should be a marathon, not a sprint. I think that the star chart, like, I don't want people to skip the game, I guess. There's so much stuff there that you can experience and enjoy. And I don't like that we're just streamlining it. Also, did I hear Molly in the background? She's not with me. You might be hearing the fact that my throat is very dry from how much I've been talking. So sometimes when I say a word, it's getting a bit hoarse on me. I'll have to watch this stream too, because I set some filters in place to try and cover up the sound of me breathing and my keyboard noises and stuff. I don't know if they're working though. So someone asked about Titania. I talked about Titania earlier, but I'll go ahead and... Right, I did not click on the loadout thing first. I'll go ahead and equip her just to show her off a bit. Yeah. Earth, Mars, Venus, and Deimos got changed, and Ceres is no longer on the main path. Ceres is now an entirely optional area. But Arcwing is locked behind Jupiter? Huh. I thought that you got it from Venus. That's strange. Okay. Wait, what? What in particular? I talk too fast to know unless someone tells me specifically what I said. Oh, shit. I started the mission. I don't know if you're loading in with me, but it started.
Yeah. Also, check these two pictures.
Why'd they make Ceres optional? I don't fucking know. Genuinely, I have no idea. Hell yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you all. I wish that the Palm 2 had more going for it. It's like a simulation of a computer. And yes, they did change the star chart. Some early planets got shifted around. Name something that's on Ceres. A very good Orokin cell farm with the bosses there. There's also
that one planet.
Well, Dusklight Saracenia is required for the Titania quest, but that's not a main story thing. There's also the unique tile set that's there. I guess it's on Sedna for a few nodes too, but there's some
escort what's the thingy on there.
That is your first introduction to Grenier Hijack. That much is true. I think there's some neat stuff there.
You need to shoot them off.
I'm not gonna unlock Ceres now that it's optional. Grim as fuck. I also just realized Encumber would be really good for Impetus, wouldn't it? I didn't even think about that. Arcane Impetus would benefit a lot from Encumber for characters like Titania. We're going into the depths, baby. Into the depths. Into the depths.
Why are we going down?
The scrubber's down here.
The what?
Alright. Go, my razor flies. Find my pages. You gotta go there anyway. Like, eventually you will, but it's not required for main story progression anymore.
What's the matter, Techrot?
Why am I getting pinged?
Hell Scrubber, coming up. Scaldra noticed too.
The bot died? Oh, for fuck's sake. I'll have to look into it. But yeah, Titania, I think, is much better with the changes, because her razor flies, I think, were always best as a distraction. And now they serve that role very, very well, because they don't die. Where? There he is. The dip out of my Exalted for this. Damn. Wait, did I take Cybercop again on accident? I might have fucked up. That allows to refer players to each other to help them trade. They've actually talked about this on a stream at one point where someone asked about the idea of them including something like Warframe Market in-game, and they said that because Warframe Market already exists and is so good, they're not planning on it. I think it's kind of sucks that they're relying on an out-of-game tool, but... Did you see my Ancient Protector rant? I don't think so. I'm guessing you probably had to tweak it quite a bit with the new update, but... I had to add a little asterisk in my video about it down at the bottom with I'm having a moment here in the pinned comment. Fucking blows. I think Warframe.market's great. Personally, I think it's a really great website overall. If you want to argue the culture there is bad, that's just how trading communities are in a lot of video games, I feel like, but... Dude, this fucking Warframe is such a monster. This shit is so fucking ridiculous. Base damage not needed. I think I used a Deadhead. Merciless would also be a really good take, though. Base damage is still definitely helpful, but whether or not you want it to be Serration, I think is up to you. What did you do? That's a very broad question. Wait, did they finally fix the tribute bug? It's not flying into the ceiling. Did they finally fix it? It's been in the game for like 6 months after they already fixed it once. Oh my god, are we back? Are we back? What did you do to Titania? Why? I don't... do you mean this in a bad way? Scrap table minigame on Blue Sky? Oh, that's cool. I am never on Twitter or Blue Sky, so... I'm Toxin Blast with Crit, Multi-Shot, and Elementalist. I think I personally have on Galvanized Scope, as you can headshot with it. Vial Acceleration would actually... That would probably also be good, because fire rate's very good on beam weapons. Where is he? See what I mean by as well?
Okay.
Mediocre performance against the Acolyte. Bit better with Dewata. So that's kind of just what I use it for. It's just my Acolyte. Exploder. Remove Saren Spore debuff? I haven't heard of that. So I gotta shuffle some things around here. Yeah, Razorflies, like, they no longer inherit your melee mod, so their damage isn't great, but holy shit, did they buff your your gun. Technically, the coda could still show up, but I do not care. I found that it seems like they can spawn anytime within the first 10 minutes, which is quite a wide range. So,
Yeah, honestly.
you put Duplicate on Dewata? I actually don't remember. I think I have Exposure on right now, just for the damage. Duplicate would be a good take, though. Departure.
Something about that scrubber before it does something about you.
I'm so fast, dude. Holy shit. 500%. 71%. Alright, yeah, you coming, Nitro?
Yep.
When there were 3 out of 4? Bruh.
I said shoot the pus off that.
So yeah, all Exalted weapons can now use Arcanes. I have no idea why? That's kind of fucked up that you have no idea why. Resonator subsume? I can see that. I think it's probably less necessary now with the Razorflies being so good at being a distraction, but that's just me. Sort of with Equinox helmet, I believe that it breaks. I can actually just go take a look. Someone said it breaks the default Prime helmet? Oh god! So no head? Yeah, I guess it does break the default helmet, doesn't it? Wait, is it floating behind me? Oh, what the fuck? So head. The head is still there. It's just,
You said
it's not... It's not attached anymore. It's like they say, right? Do you feel particularly attached to your head? Because it feels attached to you, but not anymore.
No, babe, you're playing in third person now. Just like I said, what do you if you stabbed a fucking lithium battery?
Yeah, they moved my head to where my camera's supposed to be.
POV, you're the fucking player's camera.
Now, this is well, that's certainly something. I don't really know what else to say about the subject. Just, that's certainly something. And I'm scared. That's the other thing I want to say. I'm going to take 3 ambient and disattach my head. You're going to be like fucking... This is going to be such a niche reference. It's going to be like the end of Abandoned by Disney. Anyone who knows what I'm talking about, you're a real one, and probably also a creepypasta kid. I have a headache? Yeah, deadass. Someone get Equinox and ibuprofen. Called Jin Kazuma. Oh, it's a Tekken reference. Or June is Jin's mother, and they're half angel. That's why. Most of these have explanations. Some of them are stupid. Others actually have something going for them. Same with Son of Sparta. It's because that's what they call Dante in Devil May Cry.
Does Noctua always been able to use arcanes?
That was just changed in Techrot Encore, so no, now they can. All Exalteds can, but it couldn't previously. Knife Guy, this is a reference to the subreddit 2 Sentence 2 Horror. What's on Titania? I can show you guys what I'm working with here. This is what my Dex Pixia looks like. I like multi-shot on it, or punch-through on it, which is why this dash existed in the first place. But now I use Merciless Gunfight for the crit damage. You could also just, like, throw in something like Target Cracker if you can part with it. The reason this is Forma'd so weird is because I had a different build on this for a long time. So you don't need, like, something like this. Also, see ya, Sci-Fi. Thanks for stopping by. I turned myself into a horse, Dante. But this is what I have, and then Enervate. Honestly, I wonder, what could I even take for maybe targeting subsystem? Not worth an extra Forma, probably, but I could see that actually potentially being helpful, because the spread on this is a little bit intense. Primed pistol ammo mutation. Also, her pixies do not get stat sticked off to Wada anymore. That interaction is gone. They do not inherit Dewada's mods anymore. I also just realized this thing's damage types are probably not optimal anymore. This is what I had been using up until now. I'm not going to use Blood Rush, because I'm not going to use it enough to keep the combo up. In exchange, though, they are invincible, and enemies hit by the pixies now take twice the damage. The Shoddy Magnetic mod finally got the Arc Gun one. Some of them feel really weirdly rare to me, like, more than they should be. Play along, nothing you can buy code up without doing the Lich. Fair enough. Let me... Who should I pick? I'm kind of trying to think. You know what, let's do Atlas, actually. He just got big changes. Could my FPS, though. That's fair. We'll pull up to the function on Atlas. See how he performs. My duet chance didn't go up. What? Oh, right, no, we did encounter them, didn't we?
I worry about Zeke sometimes.
Wait, what?
Can I say that? I just... Well...
Why?
I care about all the guys, but it's,
Okay, hold on, am I stupid? Why aren't these two checked as not right? Am I losing my mind? Why did only this one get crossed off? Why is this stuck on my screen? Okay, well, those are one of those bugs I was talking about, I guess. I swear to God, it's gonna be the only one I don't have equipped. The Technosites are. There actually is an in-lore reason for that. This is something I think is actually really interesting. I'll just fast travel to her.
Hey, stop by later, okay? Karaoke and...
This computer. This has a bunch of exchanged emails from executives from the online boys. What's revealed in here is the Technosite Coda were built to clone them because they didn't... Like, executives thought that they were too much of a loose cannon. And they didn't want to deal with that. So they wanted to basically remove the individuality from the artist. You know what's funny? This is a really great analog for the modern struggle with AI. But they built the Codas to replicate them by showing them interview footage and stuff. So the Codas never got to evolve to the point where they could actually copy their physical appearance. But what they're doing is repeating things they've said in interviews. They're basically trying to imitate them. I think it's honestly really cool and really freaky when you know that's why they're kind of, like, well, that's why they're talking like that. Because they don't know what they're saying. They're just trying to imitate them because that's what they were built to do. Check the mods. Oh shit, the mods on what? Sorry, I must have missed your message. The Mimic? Oh god. Anti-AI. Corporations twist the message and intention of artists? That's true as well, yeah. I'm guessing you're still loading in, Nitro.
Nope.
We had Techrot beat women. Holy shit. It's fucking John Lennon. Possible technocide. Are unintelligent after all. That's fair too. That is definitely possible. Why are you using pillage? So here's my reasoning for that. On Atlas, I'm using Rubble Heap, which is an augment that rewards you for staying at above 1400 rubble. If I ever lose health, though, Rubble heals me instead of contributing to the gauge. So because I have Pillage, I can keep enemies out of my health pool so I don't lose it. That's why.
Abandon supply cache. Now listen up. If you get close, it'll prompt you and start a countdown. Bust into the
Fucking doing this on elevation is weird.
See?
Your artist acknowledgement. Yeah, especially because, like, this game is made by artists. Something I think that people don't, like, give enough credit. Also, Nourish is a great take on Atlas as well. Also, his punch has iframes. While this is true, there are a lot of times where there's downtime for me between the punches, and that I can, like, especially with enemies that one-shot your shields, I can lose them in those scenarios. It's ultimately a playstyle thing, I think, because I still get the armor strip from it, right? And that's also pretty valuable, because these are mostly impact damage, so I don't have anything to go through armor necessarily. There's a lot of other great options for Atlas, though. Like Lycaths, Wrathful Advance, Nourish, you know, lots of stuff. Once you've changed one of the Parazon. Oh, did they change? Shit, okay. That new helmet-specific subsumes. They did mention bringing back Super Jump at some point as a helmet-specific, like, joke subsume. Are the real online okay? Presumably, yes. I don't think we know for sure what's actually happened to them, but 32 million, what the hell? Okay. That's a fucking ceramic dagger kind of number. They are alive? I'm assuming they are. I don't remember if there's anything in that lore that explicitly says that, but I have no reason to believe otherwise, I guess. Oh, Eleanor says they're fine? Okay, good to know. She'd probably know, I assume.
Yeah. Source, I saw it in my mind.
I saw it in a fate dream.
Ain't no man get bested by no Techrot fax machine.
Also, I'm sorry, I keep having to juggle around a bunch of my windows. It will go nowhere. Yeah, Stalker's Child will show them I'm a huge fan of online. They're gonna bring it all together.
Where the fuck does this last forever on charge? We have 15 seconds.
Doing the concert. That's the thing. The concert might not actually be them, because the entire stadium is infested. Like Puddle through Helmet. Pablo said that they're not bringing back Puddle because it would cause effort. Like, it would be effort that's not worth it, essentially. Because they'd have to maintain it, and they feel like it's not worth it for an ability no one would use. Throwing at people's faces and stuff. I honestly feel like I agree with you on that front, kind of, in terms of like era level stuff. Oh, I think that's Nitro's.
Oh yeah, probably.
All right, Dot. Dude, I love Atlas. He's like, this guy shows up, Malice is locked in, ready to go, and he gets one-shotted in the back of the head. I fucking put his face through the floor like it's a fucking Invincible fight, dude. Holy shit. Fuck your damage attenuation, Zeke. I'm guessing it means you had the right one because you did the animation.
Yes.
Curb stomped? Yeah, honestly. But I fucking slammed him through the ground. Stand ready for my arrival, worm. You know, okay, this is going to be... One of his memes is still here? Don't these normally despawn when he dies?
Wait,
what the fuck? Yeah, his Neems drone is still here. OMG Neems, hi! Everyone, okay, certified lurker moment. Can everyone in the chat say hi to Neems? Like, if you've just been hanging out, not been saying much, just go ahead and say hi, Neems, to let me know that you're okay and that you're alive. I didn't expect Neems to stick around, so let me know, or let him know that you appreciate his presence. Thank you all for... I know Neems is also just, like, locked up. I'm sure Neems feels appreciated by you all. He got heat inherited and died. Don't worry. He's actually fine. They'll bring him back in the next episode. He's a recurring death gag character. Don't worry, Neems is okay. Neems is fine. He's a comedic relief character. He'll be okay.
That was my job.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Neems is fucking dead. Did I just watch my cat swipe him, and then I just saw a critical hit that got shield gated, and then a 500,000 damage orange crit, and it's like, Neems is not surviving that one, bro. What do you mean Neems should have an OnlyFans? He's a little robot, dude.
He's like a brickie.
It's like... Actually, never mind. I'm not going to ask that question because I know you'll answer yes.
Go on, only fish.
Only fish. And what do you? Okay, I'm gonna ask the question. Fuck it. Do you think Wally should make an OnlyFans? Like, where does the line get drawn for this? You think a Roomba should make an OnlyFans? Like, what are you talking about?
ABC,
what do you mean? Yes.
I'm pretty sure Roomba has a lot of tags on E6.
This is the bullshit I was talking about, dude. There's only one robot I will respect you for wanting to fuck, and it's Kerfus. I can't say that with a straight face. People are gonna think I'm being serious.
I mean, Kerfus is a legitimate sex robot in real life.
Okay, that was a fucking shitpost. They use a similar chassis for some, like, Chinese sperm bank thing, but it's not Kerfus.
No, he's got that Kerfus.
Do you guys not know what a Kerfus is? Oh my god, hold on. You all are gonna be so disappointed in me when you see this. You're all gonna be so disappointed in me for that joke when you see this. Kerfus. Are you guys ready for this? Are you guys ready for this? I don't think you are. This is a Kerfus. This is what Kerfus looks like. Oh my god, no! I accidentally moved Dick and Nuts. This is a Kerfus. They're a Polish robot. They work in some convenience store. Wood, yep, there it is. There it is. Yes, I learned about it through Voices of the Void. But this is the IRL Kerfus.
I think you could show him the fucking Chinese one, right?
I probably should not. Like I said, it's not a real Kerfus, but I see the vision. I see the vision.
Oh,
we
dear
doomed
God.
that. I shouldn't have hit everyone with the smasher pass on the Kerfus. This has to get removed. Okay, fun fact, you can also actually pet the Kerfuses. Like, they have animated faces on their screen and stuff.
They have a sensor on their head, yes. You're encouraged to pet the Kerfus and buy chips.
True. It works.
It really does.
I would give it a pat on the... Dude, Kerfus has got to be, like, a hella good for business. Who should I play? We're kind of just rotating through frames. All right, chat suggestions. Anyone have a particular frame they want to see me play? Maybe because they like them, they want to see how my build works for them. Any particular frames you guys want to see me play? There are a few that I will just admit are bad. Wisp? Well, welcome, Shiro. I didn't notice you there. Valkyr, Volt, Garuda, Zaku, Corvex, Gauss. Excalibur /dash only. I don't have anything set up for the augment for Corvex yet. I'm going to cover it later on. Once I get the other ones. Baruch. I don't have the Wisp augment yet, so she's, for that specific build, off the table at the moment. I will say, my Ureli is also not very good. Grendel, Saren, there's a lot of options here. You know what? I'm going to pick the one that I think the fewest people will want. I'm going to take Banshee. Slash is here. Also, I play Lavas on stream all the time, so we're switching to Banshee, everyone. The gay frame, like I said, the one that the least people picked because I know they're the most dedicated. Let's get it. I also never tested if silence blocks the Technocide abilities, so the illusion of choice. I mean, really, it was just to give me ideas. Not too fond of Banshee. Look, I'll have to teach you all some things. Some divine knowledge about Banshee. Mostly, her damage buff is one of the strongest in the entire game. being the worst exalted. I don't think it's the worst exalted at all. Even if it was, it's still incredibly good. Now that it's been reworked, I think it's really strong. Also, Banshee's 4 has been bad for years. Just, honestly, just get rid of it. Alright, everyone. The secret to a good Banshee is a lot of casting speed shards. Also, I do know about the Compressa synergy with Ureli's 3 augment. Yeah, I think it's in Weird Obscure stuff, actually. Can you Banshee these nuts slap on your forehead? You know, that's a bit of a reach, but fair enough. I respect the attempt, at least. Alright. The secret is high casting speed. Because if sonar points overlap, they multiply with each other. That's the objective here, everyone. That's the objective here. Cover them in green and insta-kill them with basically any gun in the game.
I'm back, sorry.
Light them up, light them up. 16 million damage in one Stradivar shot. Doesn't it cap at 2? It does cap at 2, but there's 5 different body parts they can target, so mashing it's helpful to get them to overlap.
Lumbler mode, let's go, bitches!
That was 349 million, I think. Residents can pass the cap. Oh, okay. I actually wasn't aware that it worked that way. I remember I read the wiki page on it when I first started using it. I guess it must have just not been there at the time. I don't think the Legacyte will be affected by this, though. I love Banshee. I respect that. Banshee is a frame like Limbo. Banshee gets shit on a lot when she doesn't really deserve it. Also, Kalimos cannot die, so far as I'm aware. She'll just get slowed, as in, like, she won't make mission progress. What?
There's a hole.
Oh, right, it's this tile. I was like, what the fuck? Where am I? It affects Legacytes? Okay, W. Wasn't sure if they would be immune to it. Years out of date, looking at you, Javlock. Yeah, I think that for the longest time, Excalibur said that it scaled with melee combo, when that hadn't been a thing for a long, long time. Hey, why is he not running? Oh, damage attenuation moment. Dude, goddamn. Even with all of this, he does not give a shit. That's fucked up. That is fucked up.
I'm almost there.
We might actually fail this because I'm getting attenuated so hard. Headshots are putting in enough work, I guess. If he would hold the fuck still. Can I... Cannot temporal drag him? Go fucking figure. Okay, we're good.
I got him. Rock. Hey, look.
Warframes have 4. I actually like her 1, but you kind of need a high attack speed to get it to work. This is yours again, isn't it? Damn.
Yes, and that's it.
Because, like, with high cast speed, you can just push them all over. I don't like that it's full body, but if you have really high cast speed, it's pretty easy to just tap it and they go away. In the underground? I'm not going to read that out loud because I feel like Gaping Maw is going to be a D's Nuts joke, like when you open your Gaping Maw for D's Nuts. If you mean the one on Deimos, then yes. If there's one here, I have no idea.
But if you're into jocks,
as if spear guns leave your inventory? Oh, that's interesting. Should I main Banshee? Honestly, that depends. She's a frame that's very much a glass cannon. Like, she has an incredibly powerful damage buff, and she's able to shut down enemy abilities.
Hey, I figured out a way to jump in Rumbler mode. The bike.
It's an actual tile? Huh. I haven't seen it yet. Interesting. Pillage and adaptation? Yeah, you can get around it with the helmet, which you should do. How do you get healing return? Shit, that's a good question. Let me look real quick, actually. I don't remember off the top of my head. Healing return. Healing return drops from the Crawler and the Undying Flyer. They're infested enemies. It is expected that you will need to kill 3,300 Crawlers to get one to drop. It can also apparently appear in the regular circuit reward track, though. So, Might be worth unlocking that just to see if you get it. Okay, reorganize this. Just dead ends and it's one of the 3. Interesting. From the old-ass mod drops, I agree. I'm attenuating. Yeah, who up attenuating they damage right now? Let's take Excalibur. Also, someone said that my Parazon changed. It seems like these are still... I don't see any difference. Not very.
I might go do the fucking thing so I don't miss it. This the what's it, Catabalist or the other one.
That's fine. If you want to leave, just go do the showdown. Feel free. I know that you have to go to bed relatively early.
Yeah.
The fire rate is busted as fuck. Yeah, I agree. Deimos crawlers, just regular ones. It doesn't say Deimos specifically. If you breathe the wrong way. Yeah, I think she is one of the frames where you have to play her more intelligently. Except Ureli. Ureli is definitely not bad, if you ask me. She has some really solid stuff that she can do. I just don't play her that much because, I don't know, the secondary reliant playstyle is not super appealing to me, I guess. That got fixed yesterday. Which one? I feel like there have been several. The one where enemies would just, like, not spawn halfway into the wave and you'd have to wait, like, 30 seconds. Also, I believe, yeah, any infested mission that uses the regular infested. So, like, Eris would probably be a good place. Hard drives is the most common. Rough shit. I actually don't think I have the optimal ones for this on right now. Get out of my fucking face. Alright, no, duh, I was like, my potency mods are all off. Yeah, I'm not using them. I'm a dipshit. I don't need those yet. It was so bad. It was pretty fucking rough, I'm not gonna lie. Temple hostage situation.
Combat must be practiced to
True.
master the
Also, like,
canvas of war.
Corvex and Revenant are both good. I've talked about this before on stream, but Revenant's main issue, unironically, is that people don't care to use his actual kit because his immortality is so strong. But he's got stuff. His laser and his insta-kill setup are both actually really good. But people don't care because that's not why you play Revenant. It's for his too. Corvex is not bad. He's kind of confusingly designed, and I feel like he feels unfinished, but I wouldn't call him bad. You can't do anything about it. Yeah, there's also one that magnetizes you and you can't shake it off, which is pretty cringe. Have a weird damage cap on primed enemies? I'm not sure, actually. Pretty good now, too. Yeah, I also quite like Vauban. I feel like Precision Intensify was a huge buff to him for armor stripping, especially. Also, see ya, I thanks for stopping by. Who is live streaming right now? I mean, do you mean other than me? Being 20 per second is criminal. Yeah, like I haven't messed with the Corvex augment, and I'm going to after I get the other ones so I can cover them in a future stream. That's the current goal. Get my hands on the other augments and then cover them all at once when I've had more time to mess with them. I just realized I never put the live reaction back on screen. This stream's production quality has been horrible. I'm sorry. I keep first Nitro got accidentally muted for like 30 minutes and now this. Lavo is back. I can get you them. I want to make sure that I purchase them off someone is the thing. Like I don't want to take them for free. I don't want to use the fact that I am a YouTuber to like take them off of people for free. That's also part of why I have gifts turned off. Like, nah, I don't need that. Worth looking into? I'll have to look and see if there's anything listed on the wiki and whatnot. Accidentally muted. It was an accident. I assure you that it was an accident. Trust me.
Ignore the fact that we have a muzzle collection.
Alright, the collection? I only knew about the one. The flare skin?
Yeah.
Nah, like, I don't want to use my position as a YouTuber for free shit. So, I don't. Perish. Oh, come on. They reached him after the fact shit. There's so much fucking, like, noise. There we go. I'm trying to listen for the damn charge. Didn't roll in time. My career's over.
You looted the clubhouse.
Shit, Saz is down.
Hitters are
Oh
now
yeah,
on
Gaz's
the
fucking long-lost twin, Saz, the Red Veil crewmate. Also, you guys probably noticed, but you can shoot these balloons down and they'll take fall damage. Well, that one decided just not to, for some reason. But yeah, like, it's pretty cool.
This is indeed a Warframe mode and raise the terror level.
Albania isn't
Who cares if it's a fucking Warframe? They're gassing civilians. I don't give a shit what happens to them.
They will be when you're all done.
Holy fuck, the Band-Aid. Yeah, that's the main thing I've heard. Is it's very much a Band-Aid mod. Which sucks, but at least she's got something. Her mod space is so, like, uncontested anyways, because her stats don't benefit her almost at all. Like, no stats benefit that bitch. That I don't feel like it's gonna matter much. Oh, wow. Okay, just shut me down immediately. You fucker. Oh, the cat heat proc. Orican daughter or Skuldra son? I'll say the same thing I always do. Child neglect.
Stormfall, please save me the bomb.
Cowabunga it is. True. Without sacrificing anything? Pretty much. He doesn't have that much. Oh, he's all the way over here. Jesus. Bonk. Ooh, a 15-second one? I'm guessing if you've got it on a weapon that's got, like, influence for a melee or, like, a ricochet or an AoE weapon, you can probably knock that shit down really fast. Slash dash coward? What about it? I wanted to build my combo up a bit, but there's a miasmite in the ceiling that's fucking me over. Can you die, please? Is it in here? Bitch. There we go. Slash dash is the way. I mean, slash dash is a fun ability. That's why I'm not using a helmet, because I wanted to keep it. A hilarious weapon. Good job. Yeah, a lot of the Exalteds we've gotten lately, but especially Neutralizer and Lizzie, have been pretty nutty. Jade's is really good too, but not as easy to figure out, I guess. Prisma or Wraith optimal for Gorgon? I think it's Prisma, but I think it also honestly depends on what you're doing. Are you going to get... I still need to get... what are the two I'm still missing? I mentioned this earlier. Pox and Meyer are the two I'm missing, so I'm going to try and get both of them. And then I'll just kind of set on my heart cells for next week to get the other 6. About being a cringe roar user, grim. Despite Haven, yeah, I've always found that weird too. Or kind of redundant. It depends on if you like the headshot-based playstyle. If you don't like having to go for headshots constantly, Sight's not for you. If you do like going for headshots, Sight is the perfect frame for you. That's kind of, I feel like, for his Exalted, that's just kind of how it is. Either you really like it because you like playing into that mechanic, or you don't like it because you don't like playing into that mechanic. Was horror focused? Yeah, I've gotten one of those conversations. I'm going to try to minimize spoilers on my streams for them, but things are interesting. I'm curious to see how the characters develop with the Kim chat, especially Flare in particular.
Time to come home.
This is a 75% chance. Where the hell is my duet? Bitch. Type 09, true. Well, not my frame, and that's entirely fair. If you don't like the feel of it, then that's just, you know, play the game however you want, right?
So you conquer yourself.
Ben a year, $60, Jesus. Up neutralizer most of the time. But yeah, thank you for the resub, Goober. I'm actually going to play Sight because I want to mention this, I guess. On the topic of Sight 09, why am I typing Neutralizer? Why do I do things like this? Neutralizer is an incredibly high damage weapon. It just requires a lot of, like, you have to build it fairly particularly. I feel like, even so, still, if you just don't like the gimmick, you're not going to enjoy the weapon. But Sight 09's damage output, like, raw numbers-wise, is pretty fucking insane. Go to Skull just so I have actual heads to shoot. Tesla Nervos over Sights too? Interesting choice. Why are there enemies back there? The fuck? Okay. 400 meters to the first Hell Scrubber. Why though? Sobek Sight. I've heard Sobek Sight is a very powerful strategy as well, because it's similar to Sobek Serum. I'm guessing Lavos would work for that too, actually, come to think of it. I've never done it, but it would make sense. Pardon me, everyone. Okay. Pick all these up.
Remember that chili con carne
Ow.
I left in the fridge for 2 months?
Fucking, I'm gonna die because I can't use my fucking melee apparently, okay.
38 million? 82 million? 84 million? This 111 million? This gun deals a fucking insane amount of damage. Now, it only can hit up to 5 enemies, so that kind of tempers it, but... Damn, is this thing fun. What cloak do you use? There's an option called Semi-Cloak. Semi-Cloak looks like this. Glow Cloak, I couldn't tell when I was invisible, just at a glance. So I just use Semi-Cloak instead. 149. 124. 149. Right, I'm not even using the full zoom. 192. Temple Prime is going to be weird. We'll have to see how that goes. Oh, here they are. Alright, how much damage attenuation is going to fuck me over? Wow. Dude.
How bad?
I went from dealing around 150 million on average per shot to 100,000. What is the reduction in damage on that? That's got to be like 99% plus, right? What is Zeke doing? He's leaving! What the fuck?
It's like, I thought I had it happen.
Zeke? Dude? He's just fucking off. Dude, I'm gonna fucking lose this mission at this rate. Die. Hold still, you dick! Dude, the non-headshots aren't even that much worse than the headshots. What the fuck? Nice. W. W so big it's beating Shouter's ass. Oh, I gotta get out of here. I didn't know if that proc was toxin or heat. That was scary. Where is the Babao? I'm just gonna go ahead and take him out real quick. Bonk. 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 You're just gonna have to deal with this, because damage attenuation is like that. There we go. I actually wonder if heat would be a better imbue for when I encounter those enemies, because it'll just leave a huge heat proc. Or actually, perhaps? I want to give this a try now. I'm gonna let us lose that one, because I want to see how this goes. Are too tanky. They, like, even after the nerf, I agree that they're still pretty fucking irritating to deal with from that perspective. Alright. Can I hit the weak point, please? Again, the gas proc is not dealing nearly as much as I had hoped. Can I... Why am I not... There we go. I was gonna say, like, why is this not working out for me right now? How do you build Sight in his neutralizer? Something important to know about Sight. I guess I can talk about this in a minute. But certain headshot buffs are multiplicative with each other. They get to one-hit kill you out of shield gate. That doesn't surprise me too much. That's fucked, though. Wow. The spore spawned as I was grabbing it. I don't like that that can happen. I find that very annoying. I don't really realistically need the blast damage, but, you know. and I'm just killing you. Someone else. I think who the worst frame in the game is a very frivolous argument, honestly. Because, like, it's so subjective. Like, there's so many strategies in this game and so many ways you can play with different Warframes. Trying to say, okay, this person or this Warframe is the worst, I just think is a waste of time. Because every Warframe has something they can do. And ultimately, as well, it just doesn't really matter. Like, if they get the job done, you can play whoever you want. There are frames that need help, right? I would love to see a rework to Warframes like Oberon or Chroma or Limbo, but I don't think they're bad. I just feel like, you know, they might have fallen behind, maybe, but you can still, I don't know, you can still play everyone. I've done missions, like, I've soloed EDA on Loki before. Like, you can do pretty much whatever on whoever, if you have the willpower, I suppose. Main whoever you want, basically. Means every Warframe is the worst? That's true. That's the way to look at it. Every Warframe is the worst. There are no good Warframes. Okay. It is keep clean. And then where are the... Yeah, quick correct. I feel like these two, quick correct and turbo protect, are the two best ones. Calling Corvex the worst. He's entitled to his opinion. I don't agree with him, but he's entitled to his opinion. Nova also plays a very different game than most people with Warframe, though. He goes to level cap all the time. I don't personally like that. I think it's boring. I don't do it. But that changes your perspective, because he's probably much different there than in the rest of the game. Also, I guess, like, the way I have my sight set up, I have enough range to keep my head above the water, but it's mostly strength for the neutralizer and duration for evade. And then neutralizer itself is important thing to note. Deadhead's headshot multiplier, Acuity's headshot multiplier, and target acquired's headshot multiplier are all multiplicative with each other. So, good thing to know. Headshot bonuses from different sources in this game, generally speaking, multiply with one another. Works really well with Dodie. I've heard that it's really good for that. I think that actually might be what I'm using. No, I was using Afflictions because the swipe knockdown. Right. Both are really good strategies, though, because it will always treat it like, even if you use the slash one, it'll give you damage like you're using the puncture one. Afflictions is good for the swipe because it knocks down and guarantees a slash proc. So you'll immediately get 7 slash procs in the background. For me, it's like I want to feel like I'm making progress towards different goals. Sitting in one mission for ages on one frame just bores me. I just can't do it. I think you might mean if you mean the green shard, I have 4 strengths, and then this is for corrosive stacks, so I can get a 98% armor strip if I infuse corrosive on my 2. Volt Kavat build. Interesting gimmick strategy. I'm assuming you mean the Desiccation's Curse one, or Desiccation Swarm one, whatever the augment's called. Can't remember which one's the augment and which one's the ability half the fucking time, but... Show me Ureli. My Ureli setup is not good. You should not look at it. Here's what she looks like from a fashion perspective. That's all you get to look at. My Ureli fashion, or my Ureli setup is pretty bad. As in, I just don't play her that much, so it's pretty outdated. How many Kodas have you done? I think 5 or 6. Desiccation is the ability. Well, the augment is Desiccation Swarm or Curse. I think it's Swarm. I think Swarm is right. I'll go ahead and play Ash. This is still a bit of a work in progress, though. I don't actually think... If the finisher cap still exists, this doesn't mean anything. Because of, I'm blanking mentally. The finisher cap attack speed cap is 50%. So that wasn't doing anything for me. And I could take, I don't know, probably heat or some bullshit. You know what? Why the fuck not? This will be quick to level up anyways. Let me take... Optimal pick would probably be this. I just don't give a shit. Where is... Yeah. Slot this in there. Would you look at that? Finishing touch is surprisingly decent, even though it's additive with covert lethality. Still gives you a lot of damage overall. Okay. Mess with this for a bit, why not? Oh, blue emissive you use for fashions? Oh, that's what you meant. It is, I think, normally 1 in classic saturated. I hit the wrong fucking thing. Let me find a frame that actually uses... Right, if you're airborne, it just kicks you out. Does my Zephyr use it? She does. Oh no, this is a green one. It just looks different. Mag? What? Where's my mag? Did I mess something up? Why is it Gauss? Why is Gauss on my mag loadout? I do not know how that happened. I eated her? Thank you, Phoenix. Very cool. And this is the one I was thinking of. It is this color in Classic, or oftentimes this one in Classic Saturated. This is the one I usually use. The ones in Kavia are really good, too. I really like this green. Also, it's called Sigma Series because she's using all the Railjack weapons. Anyhow...
I think I actually got enough. What's it through the what's that one mod that gives you like a 10% chance to get just like a fucking hard, which like based fucking mod. I think it's the only one you really like, the main one you want to use all the time. And I think I've actually got 10. Yeah, I actually have enough for another one already after only 2. Nice.
Nice. The system is fairly generous. Also, yeah, sorry I misunderstood your question at first, but let's I like to do Legasite Harvest first because it's very fast, so you can just get your chance up quickly.
It is harvest time. The crop, the Techrot Legasite.
Only got it from the Steam drop. Apodai, I believe, drops from certain Railjack side objectives now. My B slot temple setup. That would be really cool. I wish they'd do something like that, but they're pretty dead set on them tying into the oh, what is it? Tying into the like proto frame stuff. How much do you get from the flare defense and steel path for the currency? I'm actually not sure. I haven't been playing it almost at all. And tune slightly to PvE. There are several that are already like that, actually. Not all of them. But a lot of them are. Like, for example, Power of 3, Purging Dash, Purifying Flame, Rumbled. Like, there's a fair few. There's the Supra Augment I can't think of the name of. There's a Viper's Augment I can't think of the name of. There's a few like that. Okay, you know what? Fuck you. You're just gonna die. I don't give a shit. Where did she... Alright, fun fact. You can just make Kalimos invisible with Smoke Shadow. Easy game. Fucking just kill everyone. 33 million. 41. We're gaming. We're gaming. I can even join in, and all the animations break, and this is still not fixed after all this time, and it bothers me. The Conclave standing... It's always been a weird Conclave offering to me, yeah. We're gaming, we're gaming. It's so annoying. Yeah, she's not the brightest. Would you happen to have... I probably do have an Arcane Rage. Would Ashe smoke weed? I'd say yes. Can I... Why is my ability not finishing? There we go. It seems like Ashe's 4 bugs out sometimes and thinks that it's stuck on an enemy, and you have to pounce to them to get it to realize. Okay, it's just not hurting Zeke. He just doesn't give a shit. I like the instrumental version of Party of Your Election that plays when you're in these encounters, though. What?
Not everyone can sing or dance.
Did I...
And that's okay.
Did my... Oh my god. Did it switch... Was I on a different Parazon config?
Oh no, that explains it.
Oh my god. I think that I might have been on a different Parazon config. I don't even use those. Why the fuck would I have been on a different one? That's so cringe, dude. That's so cringe. What the fuck?
Our faithful Kabat has roused the prey.
I need to double check that. I could have sworn that I was right, or on the right one, but I might have fucked it up when I switched to Ash. Because I don't think I checked.
Or you might be bugged.
I don't fucking know. I really don't. Oh, damage attenuation. Fuck it. Bring out the hate. Bring out the hate.
It's trying to run. Stop it. Escape is failure.
That's what the voice tells me when I see a woman running away at night.
Consume the beast.
I have to get on all fours and chase after her. But the all fours is a tactic, right? Because women love dogs, so they'll think I'm friendly because I'm like a dog.
That only works on white women, though.
Either
Public
fatal
matchmaking
extraction
changes where it
now,
disbands
or
your
you
squad?
can
Yeah, I actually think that's a good
ask
change,
Colonel Rest upon the
personally.
next Legasite. Remember, the Techrot evolves quickly, and your next battle. will be
Sorry,
harder
he's
still.
gay? What? Damn.
Damn.
So we reclaim
can
what
I-
the Techrot has taken from us.
Take care. See ya. Thanks for stopping by. When doing sorties and the like? Oh, okay. Interesting.
A formidable effort. Do you think you can do more next time?
Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. I thought you meant, like, swapping between two of one of the things. Like, swapping between, like, a flare and a temple, or a temple and... or, sorry, a flare and another flare, or a temple and another temple. What is... Okay, so damage attenuation is a mechanic where as you deal damage to an enemy, they gradually become more... Or, well, rapidly become more resistant to damage. It's a mechanic that exists to stop you from one-shotting things, but some weapons are hurt by it way more than others. The Legasites have attenuation. A very big example is the Juguluses on Deimos have attenuation. Necromex have attenuation. The Technocyte have attenuation. It's fucking everywhere.
Yeah.
If you ever hit an enemy and you're like, why is it that my gun is hitting this enemy for 40 million damage and hitting this guy for 40,000? It's attenuation. Archons, yep, that's another good example. I'm on a different config. What? Why? Why does this loadout... Dude. What? Dedicants, that's another one. Oh my god. I got owned hard there, and I don't even know why. I had power drain on in that loadout. What the fuck was even the point? I'm playing Ash. Who gives a shit?
What's the hell? Oh, right.
50%. I'm gonna need at least 2. Just give them a set damage reduction. So the reason they don't do that is because they want to make sure that basically it's so that high fire rate, lower fire like damage per second weapons, or like higher fire rate weapons and high burst damage weapons are brought in line with each other. That's kind of the goal of it, is to sort of average out their damage, but it doesn't really work a lot of the time. I get why it exists, and I get the problem it's trying to solve. I just don't think it does a good job. Especially because a lot of enemies have multiple sources of it, and there has been a long-standing bug in the game. This has been in the game for ages now, where sometimes attenuation doesn't stop ramping up. Like, attenuation is supposed to have a cap, where it will stop scaling. Some enemies, like Necromex and Dedicants, sometimes don't care. The cap doesn't work, and their damage attenuation scales forever, until you're dealing like 1 damage a shot. Now, if you stop attacking them, their attenuation gradually wears off, but even so, annoying-ass mechanic, or annoying-ass bug related to that mechanic.
You know why they call them hell scrubbers?
My thoughts are that it's a game. That's true, Avery. I've never thought about it that way before. One-shotting Archons? Yeah, back when the, I guess, does the Hex strat still work? I never really abused it, so... So either start healing. Yeah, dead ass. You still can? Okay, I never really abused the strat because I didn't think it was fun. So I get why you'd abuse the strat. I just never wanted to personally. With the Quasis? Interesting. Quasis is an interesting weapon. I'll just say that much. Attenuation. As far as I'm aware, it's not even just that the Zealoid Prelate has high attenuation. His health pool, raw value, is fucking crazy. He was balanced around being a star chart boss. So when they brought him into the Steel Path, god damn, he is not balanced. He requires so much damage output. I'd have to look, but god damn, he has so much health. A cat just said meow. Holy shit, real? Letty, I'm getting 3 kills per minute with Blade Storm. Fuck off. Really not getting any fucking life support drops, though. Like, damn. I hope they fix the cool animations one day. I really do. Turbo ass. He's Spanish? You know, that's fair. So yeah, Lephantis is also another one that sucks on Steel Path because it just has so much damage mitigation. I hope they speed up the killing. They actually did speed up the killing in this update. It's just the particle engine again. True. We need more lighting updates. Dude's life is not supported right now. They found out I'm gay. Well, I'm not gay. My boyfriend is, but that's besides the point. Basically, it's over. Steve, no. Steve, what are you doing? Don't touch that, Steve. Stream is dead. Pack it up, people. We haven't lost half. My peak concurrent viewers was just over 300, and we're at 252, so we're fine. Don't worry, everyone. I'll make sure to drive you all the way eventually. Keep the lantern up. Oh, that's an interesting strategy. I think my strat was I used Valkyr with her 4 augment. That was how I always beat the prelate. By accident. I respect that. You just forgot to turn my dumb ass off. It's like, oh shit. It's like when you leave the TV in the living room on like a channel and you walk in on a show that you didn't even know existed. I am not one of them. True. I don't think I'll ever have a stream that breaks 1,000. Set up the life support drain. It certainly feels like it. You will use damage frames. You will go for 5 billion KPM. Peyton Karnan? That's fair, too. As long as you get it done, right? That's what matters. Hey, everyone. Just, you know, work my way through this. Called Ash and he was good? Do I have news for you? Or is it just that long? This is with Rising Storm, the augment. Also, yes, Ash, I would say, is considerably better. Who the fuck invading my mission, bro? Dark Souls head ass. Rock. Arthur can join me in Owie. Damn, that's rough.
Turns out it's not just hell scrubbers coming out of the rot. There's some stuff we might be interested in. Like this.
Die, bitch. Okay, we're good. Just whatever. Go, my clones. Right, Phoenix, are you still here? You asked me for an Arcane Rage and I forgot and started another mission. And I can invade you and bother you? I respect that. I'm still here. Well, I guess we've established that much. Let me look and see if I have one for you, just so I don't forget. Remind me after this mission's over, just in case. But actually, it's close enough you probably won't need to. I don't think I'll forget.
I need to finish leveling up this catalyst.
Born to Letty, forced to have Owie. Why did you not get with Letty? What?
Bringing it a little close, no?
Hey all, cool kid here. Let me demonstrate my damage cap build against my wife. Right, I had to do it in the vocal tone of the videos. My wife is male, but that's not relevant. Guys, don't worry. It doesn't matter if I hit Nitro because he can shield gate it. He has on the Vigilante Vigor catalyzing shields and a fast deflection strat, so he's fine. Don't worry about it. Male wife. Yeah, exactly. And even more interesting than before. My main concern with doing all the Exalteds in one big video is that I feel like the potential for them being outdated is scary, and I don't want to have to make the whole video have problems because one thing is outdated. Still on the fence about how I'm going to approach it. If your wife is in hysteria all the time, she's invulnerable, so it's okay to hit. True.
I mean, I'm not a girl, so that's not be slightly
Rage. I have 4 rages. You said you just needed 1 rage, right? Even partially outdated. Yeah, shit just falls on my head immediately. It's pretty rough. Who should I take? We'll equip Lavos. Here, I'll invite you to my dojo real quick. Our brief intermission from the Technosite grind. Belt Prime on a heavy attack with Killing Blow, Pressure Point, Sacrifice Still, and every other heavy attack mod. Okay, question. Is Tennokai optimal? Oh, there's more featured dojos now. I appreciate just a cat just saying meow periodically.
Where?
I'll sit on that. No, in my chat.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, because like I do want to do the Exalted Weapon series still. It's still going to happen. I just don't know how I want to approach it yet. If it's going to be one big video or stick with the series. What did he mean by this? I think you know. Hold on. How many live heart cells do I have? I'm gonna just chat link this in squad chat real quick. 18. Really? Since when?
I'm guessing you have that one mod on that fucking has a 10% chance and it just doesn't tell you.
Here's the thing. I had 12 last night when I bought the Catabolist and went to bed. I haven't finished a single one since last night. There's no fucking way. What?
She forgot to take it from you, I guess. I don't know.
They just changed it because it was apparently bugging and having a higher chance than it was supposed to. They just changed it back to 10%.
Maybe that's why you just...
I refuse to believe I'm that lucky. Other people with it also give it? That's true.
Oh, they do? Oh, nice.
Sporothrix build? Oh, I can show that in a second. Don't forget to turn D&D on. D&D doesn't matter, Phoenix, if you open a DM with someone, which is forced when you trade. I also gotta give Phoenix a silly item. Hold on. 20... Yeah, we'll give you a bunch of... Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, wait. Oh, it doesn't actually let me, dude. Did you guys see that? Hold on. Did you guys see that? When I did the Ambassador Barrel, it lets me queue up all of them. It doesn't actually do it, but they're running off of the... It says 30 out of 6, and they're running off of the page. I can hardly click on the button. W. There you go, Phoenix. You can have 5 Ambassador Barrels. Thank you for the fish. I appreciate it. I have to go to Eleanor. I don't feel like me having that many live heart cells is right. To the witch. The fish for the Jenga? True. Fish. Here, this can be our second certified lurker moment. Oh, it probably just got open because of the forced DM open. But if you've just been hanging out in chat, not really saying much, or if you have, you know, up to you. Just go ahead and hit me with a fish. You could just have some fish. Just for the hell of it. Why don't you live in the back room? My orbiter's been around for, you know, a decade. So I just use it because all my stuff's there. Fish. Thank you all for the fish. I appreciate it. Right, Eleanor.
What you do still better. Even I feel uncanny. What do you think?
I do. What? Did it not consume mine last night? I think it actually might have just straight up not consumed my heart cells.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, we take those.
Okay, I guess I'll buy the pox, and then I'll grab the mire in a bit.
Parting is such sweet
For
sound.
fun reasons? I mean, probably, but like, what are you... Actually, I shouldn't ask if you're into that because I know the answer. It's on my orbiter too. Fair enough. 50%. Okay, do I have on the right Parazon? This is apparently incredibly relevant now. Yes, I do. Rapid firing questions? Yeah, it is honestly pretty funny. Just do a Techrot Exterminate. Favorite call to weapon out of this rotation? I forgot to... Sporothrix guy, are you still here? The person asking. I'm so sorry. I both don't remember your username, and I forgot again. No, I'm gonna forget if I don't do this right now. I have to do this right now. I'm gonna keep forgetting. You're still here? Okay, thank you. No, the problem is I'm gonna keep forgetting. I have to go do it now. There are other strategies you can do for this. This is just what I've been using. I don't have it on my temple right now, do I? Sporothrix. This has been my setup, personally. This is what I'm working with. This V was here because I was testing out something else, but this is what I've been working with. Blast, Electric, Fire Rate, Volatile Variant, Elementalist, all this stuff. You can do crit with flat crit buffs, and that's actually very effective. But also, basically, joining your clones with your 3 just adds another clone to the rotation, as in you, so it speeds it up. Coda Pox. Melee Arcane Adapter, Grim. I believe the offshoot tentacles, I actually don't know. Why no semi-cannonade? Because I'm using Deadhead for my base damage. You could use it if you wanted, especially because of the punch through. Was disappointed. I wish it had a gimmick, an alt fire or something. Make a full band of music frames. We'll have a music frame who's based on what is the question? What is Nitro's favorite song on a full moon? What the fuck kind of question even is that? And it's been really effective. Yeah, I know Crux and Cannonade is a very good strategy as well. Why did I meant to imbue this. There we go. I guess Magnetic is solid against these guys too, but huge shockwaves on the ground. Would you ever consider being Canadian? I don't really think I can change my nationality considering how expensive it is to leave the US, so no point in considering it, to be honest. I was hoping Nitro was still around to ask stuff. I mean, I think he died. He didn't say anything about it, but he might just be getting ready for bed because he worked relatively early.
But like, he's asking quick.
Huh?
Yeah, I am getting ready for bed, but like, what do you need to ask me quick?
They're asking what your favorite song on a full moon is, so it's just a shitpost question and I'm wasting your time. But sorry about that. Not just stat buffs. I certainly hope so.
I don't know, like fucking 5 hours of like fucking dog score or some shit. I don't know, Astros.
Hell yeah, five hours of dog barking noises.
Occasionally interrupted by fucking car horns. I don't fucking know.
Yes, the fucking like Portland ASMR. You hear people like shouting, getting shot, dogs barking, glass breaking. My beloved. If Coda Synapse chains, I'm gonna lose my shit. Dude, this one in particular has to be bugged. It seems like it never spawns the correct amount of charges. I don't know what's up with it. Maybe ribbon trading's not just for me. Honestly, it's... ribbon trading sucks. Like, you can make a high turnover, but the mods are inherently so niche that it's gonna take forever for them to sell. Also, good night. Thank you for stopping by. Hate to change to the caches? I agree. I wish they didn't mess with them. Then the Pentagon? Fucking hell. They didn't add chains. They don't have to die. Okay, that's good to hear, actually. Well, I found one of them. Might as well upload it to the box. Never sold a ribbon. I've sold a couple, but it's just kind of rough. Because, like, they're niche mods, so... Gained punch through? Ooh, that actually sounds really fun. Do I hear one? It's like there's genuinely fuck all charges in this room. Oh, wait. Can I make it? I hit the ground. Massive speed loss. Huge DPS decrease. We're good. With my sisters. Grim. I ate a bee. Wait, so we have a cat and now a dog is also in my chat? What the fuck? We got the whole fucking, like, middle class, you know, family unit pet structure going on here. Huge MPH increase? True. Oh god, it's happening. It's, yep, we have the cat here too. Middle class, you say? It's like the platonic ideal of a middle class family, right? You know, a mom, a dad, 2 or 3 kids, a boy and a girl, at least, and then your cat and your dog. When is the British family toad gonna join in? Do British families have toads? I wouldn't know. That place is very foreign to me. I've only ever known one British person. We don't talk super often. Hairball. Fucking hell. We got the chat role players. The 2 most common personas. I feel like Fox has got to be up there, right? I should probably... I think after I kill this Coda, I'm gonna cut the stream. Because holy shit, my throat hurts from talking so much. I've been talking basically nonstop for 3.5 hours. And it's starting to take its toll on me. So... I think once we get rid of this guy, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream because we're in pain. Sorry, Nitro, you can't say that. You can't. They don't have to know. Have frogs as pets? I'm just going to assume you're gaslighting me until I'm sent proof. Is this the room with the Demo store that someone mentioned? I'm not sure which one it is. Nitro has been muzzled again, but just because he's getting ready for bed. Of whatever variety. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but I wouldn't really know. Is it this room? Ow. Eat the drywall, Nitro. Calm down, calm down. People want to be a puppy. It seems like it, yes. How do you open the Demo's door? I'm not sure. That's why I'm looking for it. Oh, wait, there's a... Huh. Can I break this? There's a secret room behind here. Huh. How would I... Huh, that's cool. Does that turn on the power? Wait a minute. Do I have to find those and break them? Try amp? I'm guessing I have to find those electrical boxes. I'm assuming there's more than one. It's a speaker. Computer. Oh, there's another one. Oh, they do correspond to the lights above the door. Interesting. There's the last one. I got one over here, so it doesn't be between the two, right? The fog effects make this kind of difficult to see, I'm not gonna lie. This is another dead end tile of the 3 I told you. Oh, okay. Is it maybe back in the train part? This is all still one tile. Why is Zeke in the train? He's autistic? No fucking way. There it is. That's really neat. I like that. I appreciate that immensely. Cool little side Easter egg. Well, way to drag out the stream. Also, this song is just really good. Infection is one of my favorite songs off of the soundtrack. Which which online member is the most autistic? I feel like all of them probably are, but if I guess I had to guess, it'd probably be Packet, I feel like. Without getting hounded? True. Let's see what the Deimos door... It's been said that one of the tiles contains a Deimos door, and I want to try and find it. I'm saying Zeke. Fair enough. Autistic artist, maybe? Look, I'm not asking this question to be disrespectful. I'm just curious what everyone's thoughts are. Thank God I had a valence block on, or I would have fucking killed myself. That would have been funny, but I would have killed myself. Is Neems back? Did he stay? Neems! Guys, he's back! Oh, my Kavat's gonna try and kill him. Wait, there's 2 of them! Alright, nope. Dog, come on, no. Leave the Neems alone. Leave the Neems alone. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Please. I have to protect the Neems at all costs. I think he's just stuck over there now. I'm just going to assume that he's okay, and we're going to leave him be. No, he's here. No, Neems, you fool. Oh, he's so fucked. Oh, he's so fucked. Neems, please don't do this to me. Please, he's chasing me down. He wants my autograph or something. Please, Neems, don't do this. Don't do this. I think my dog got him. Yeah, there's a health orb up there. God damn it. I tried to use my 2 in order to get him stuck. Neems, like, he's a recurring character death gag. He'll be back, don't worry. It is tragic, though. Neems 2 is fucking dead. This is very saddening. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very upset now. Opened it by shooting it? Huh. Needs discipline. I mean, he's trying to attack an enemy that's attacking me. He's like a Minecraft wolf. This is a weird episode of South Park. You know, that's fair. That has an Exalted Sentinel. That could be cool, considering Korra has an Exalted Companion. Not sure how good it is. Ceto's really good. I highly recommend it. Ceto's one of my favorite guns in the entire game. You could join the Ceto crew, as it were. Sorry, I gotta adjust my mic a tad. It's bumped it a few times, and it's getting lower. I have... Oh, now this is an interesting question. Exalted Arcwing Wen? That's just Titania. That already exists. Path Assist and Bass Assist? Yeah, fair enough. If Urbon samples got added to Bio, I think it was in the interim cert update. The Isobolts? Huh. I am stupid. Whoops. It happens. It happens. I'm starting to wonder who I should take. I'm losing it a little bit. I'm losing it just a little bit. We'll take Temple again. Why is Daggett white woman? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not important. You don't have to know. Also, I prefer doing these things solo just to keep things easier on myself. Or, like, if I'm with Nitro, it's easy to manage because it's just me and him. Weren't you going to end stream? I'm going to end it once I finish the boss. If I said finish the mission, I misspoke. I meant finish the boss. Which is taking a fucking eternity right now. I'm going to need one more stab after this, dude. That's so gay. I can't finish? What the fuck does that mean?
These foes deserve your respect. Honor them with quick deaths, and I with your victory.
I don't respect a single goddamn one of these foes, Teshin. Run a 15-15? That's not enough. That's 35%. If they spawn in this mission, that's actually bad luck. Oh, right, duh. There we go. Like, if they don't spawn this mission, that would put me at 65. Then I could run 15-15 and I'd be good. How much casting speed is that? 4 Tau Forge casting speed shards. Having to deal with his managers. I actually haven't had him as my front man yet. I've gotten DJ Rom, the fucking cockroach, like 5 times now. On-call crew not shooting. It seems like sometimes the AI for stuff just breaks. Nitro's Moa was not shooting earlier today, too. Just randomly just stopped. Alright, open fire. I'm gonna start shredding. Guitar Hero.
If Burbon charges will get you inside, but you've gotta be quick. They're rigged to self-destruct.
Using David Bowie. I think that they're a lot of fun. Yeah, I recommend Temple overall. They're very good. They're very strong. I think their gimmick is fun to play around. I want to see on the Corvex one. Whenever I get around to doing them, sure. I'll probably do them on stream, or at least I'll talk about them on stream, and then we can do it then. Except I kind of don't want to mess with it until I have all of the arcanes, just so that I can keep it in my, like, to keep myself mentally organized, if that makes sense. Do you think Lizzie will be romanceable? Probably not. The pistol seems pretty mid. If you mean the Mars, the Skuldra pistol, I'm inclined to agree, unfortunately. I don't think it's anything great. This Exalted is so fucking good. You cannot fuck a guitar. That's what I've been trying to... That's what I'm saying. People don't tend to listen. 400 meters away? Okay, fuck you. Not doing that. That bitch can blow up. I do not care. My main goal is to blow up. Help a beggar out. Look here, if you want to, I'll give you 10 flat for each of them. I think that's what they're worth. Typically, augments go for 10, right? 10 to 15. I think it's 10 these days. My mango is to blow up. It's main goal, not yet. Okay, what is the sentence, my mango is to blow up? What does that mean? He says a main goal with a very heavy accent, yes. Alright, I really want to fail my 75% chance for them to show up. Which is why they're going to spawn, because I said that.
There's barely any Techrot in the area. This is purely a civilian purge.
Okay, I'm not even going to read that. Are you aligned with? I'm moving back to Suda, Hexus, and Meridian. That's my goal, at least. I switched halves to the other side of the syndicates for a bit, and now I'm working my way back. What do you mean, why does Lizzie sound hot? Thinking of men? That's fair.
It's okay. We'll make do.
country girls make do. Holy shit. I should have played Saren to speedrun this dude. They're gonna spawn and I'm gonna fucking cry. Please. I want the bad luck because it would be good luck. I should have taken Saren. I should have taken Saren. Does anyone know if you down them 3 times and then let them leave, does it keep your spawn chance? I'm assuming it doesn't. As blank as the blank. I don't think so based on the... God damn it.
Always looking out for me.
I'm killing myself. I'm killing myself. Fuck. So here I am at the zoo. We're in front of the elephants. Fuck, dude. God damn it. That's so ass. You can down them more than once. Yeah, if you down them both and don't, like, attack them, they'll get back up eventually. Free pizza, though? That's true, but this will require me to play several more missions. And the stream is getting drawn out, and my throat hurts. But I don't want to end it until I do the boss. I'm committed to the bit. Hello? I feel like I'm in a World War I trench right now or something. Hi. Oh yeah, did you guys know that if okay, fun bug. If Mania grapples you and you roll or bullet jump, he falls down and never gets back up. For some reason, there's nothing that allows Mania to recover from being ragdolled. He just can't do it. So if you ragdoll him by rolling or bullet jumping his grapple, he just can't get back up and can't fight back. The animations, you know, that's fair. You put this in weird and obscure yet, huh? I have it in the notes for the next episode. I knew it could happen, but I didn't know why it happened until someone mentioned it the other day, and I was like, oh, that's what knocks him over.
Time to come home.
Found the door, nice. Can't they reuse Warframe animations? They did with Corvex. Corvex reuses 2 Zaku animations. Now the question of will I get lucky? Oh, for the Acolytes, probably. They do for several of the others, I guess. I wonder if we'll ever get any new Acolytes. That'd be kind of hype, but I doubt it. Okay, well... My guitar just disappears. It's nighttime, I guess, so night chat. Yeah, I had to put the kennel over or the blanket over Nitro's kennel. So good night, Nitro. Everyone say goodbye to Nitro. Tell him good night, wish him well, all that stuff. Unfortunate he can't be here till the end of the stream. This is getting dragged out a bit because this bitch is taking so long to die. Okay. Goddamn. So, Parazon. This is what I wanted to look at. Yeah, Quick Corrupt is gone. Or Quick Correct, rather. Okay. Reorganize this a tad. Okay. Or I have to reorganize some of my windows and whatnot to get them to cooperate with me. Okay. Back on track. I'm just gonna do the Legasite Harvest to get my chance up as fast as possible. Still have the puddle ability? I believe they do, yeah. Who voices the Scaldra Screamers? I'm not actually sure.
The Hive works tirelessly to support its queen. The Techrot hoards resources to grow and evolve its legacytes.
Would you like to eat a pick back up? Narmer. Number one request, please remember that Narmer exists. Please bring them back into the story. It's so jarring to me that they just kind of vanished after Veilbreaker. We've heard nothing out of them since.
Have the legacytes trail soon. Ensure her safety.
And instrumentals after Wave 3. That'd be cool. Become a main quest soon. Maybe. They did say in the Tactical Potato interview, Rebecca and Megan said that they do want to do more with the new war plotline. But dude, it's been two odd years. So I don't know if I believe y'all at the moment. Two and a half years since it came out for Veilbreaker. Call just killed all the armor. True. This year could be the year. I'd fuck with that. If they decide to bring it back and tie it into the, like, the man-in-the-wall plot, let us actually fight Era and the Ram and all that shit, you know, awesome. That's what I'd love to see, but no evidence at the moment that that's what's happening because we don't really know anything about it. Place to go next. The question is, like, we've been wanting to go to Tau for a long-ass time. So doing the Granum storyline, I think they said that they want to. I don't know if that's on the immediate horizon. We'll just have to see. As far as I'm aware, we don't really have any concrete information on what the future of Warframe post-1999 looks like, and we probably won't until TennoCon, if I'm perfectly honest.
Our faithful Kabat has roused the prey. Bring
Epic.
it down and drain it.
Time to beat this thing's ass. Right, can't aim glide and do it unless I'm not using Lizzie. Die, 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 die. You're a Techrot, so this should work better. I'm just gonna mash all of my fucking number keys. Just hit them all, hit them all.
Stop it. Escape.
Hit them all. We're good.
Hurry, harvest now. End this generation.
Is next sent sacrifice? Yeah, genuinely. People have been wanting to go to Tau for a very long time, because we've known about it for so long. Will we go there? I hope so. When? Who fucking knows? It's been on the horizon for ages.
Or if you have it in you, ask Kalimos to find the next Legasite. Remember, the Techrot evolves quickly, and your next battle will be harder still.
2 extra energy, but max 64 energy. Oh, for the, like, capacity? Because I know if you're a legendary rank, it counts that for your base, oh, what's it? Like your base capacity. Where are you fucking fossil? True. Tied to MR. I think it's pretty arbitrary, especially because certain simulacrum scenes also affect it, which sucks. But I'm using 62. Oh, that's weird. 90%, bro.
Well, I care about all the guys, but it's a lot. A lot of pressure being a leader and stuff.
This Megan-ass color scheme, dude. Alright, will I get lucky? Will they show up? Will this be easy? Or am I going to have to go through every goddamn mission? Find out. I don't have the wrong thing selected. Took away a charge from all 3? Oh, that's probably not on intentional. Jeez, that sucks. Packet leads online? No, Zeke leads online, but your front man, like, for the Coda system, varies. It can be any of them. There we go. Get my shit going.
Gotta nurse these scrubbers. Keep them clean. Too much spore buildup and you got cold white on your hands.
What does she mean you'll have a code white on your hands? Anyone in chat know what a code white means? Why are you getting it on your hands? That freaks that I'm a little concerned. Medical code? Yeah, why do you have code white on your hands, though? What does she mean? Oh, but you're right. Yeah, he's talking about Zeke in particular. It's come? No fucking way. Holy shit. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, violent patient. Okay, interesting. Doctor, he's coding again.
This code injection is like activating charcoal to the Techrot. Makes him puke these
Alright, online now I actually want you to show up, which is why you won't. I hate everything. Make him stop. True Techrot exterminator here. Just mash all of them. I don't give a fuck. Oh, they're here. Oh my god. My bros? Damn, Packet's gay. Oh, please. Oh, Christ almighty. That's a fucking venomous Eximus. Hell no. You better take the gluten out, that damn shit. Okay. Anyways, as I was saying. Straight for a rock star. Yeah, I actually think that's honestly a pretty cool way to approach it. Die, die, die. Where is the other one? The cockroach. Good morning from EU. Welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Did I get a hard sell? I did not.
Another hell scrubber getting puked up.
I don't think I can leave early. I think they changed that a while back. That made the coda. Probably at some point, but I guess we'll kind of just have to see. You can leave early? Really? It's only a minute and a half. I might as well stay and get my reward rotation. Torch this stuff off here real quick. Don't tempt it. True. Like they've forgotten armor. I can only hope. I can only hope that one day they remember. The piss-filled water gun skin? Why would I do that? Why would I do that, though? What do you mean, reminder? We out here shredding and shit. Or am I missing something? I don't think it's entirely clear how that happened. For 4 is 1. I actually am not sure. I would assume it does, but I'd have to test it. I don't think it would pull them, but maybe it can be triggered on them. Waiting for your orphan to show up. I'm guessing there's void shenanigans involved. I doubt it's actually them just sitting there for millennia in space. I don't know if there's dialogue that actually explains it or not. Maybe someone will bring it up in a Kim chat or something at some point. I don't really know.
Turns out it's not just hell scrubbers coming out of the rot. There's some stuff we might be interested in. Like this.
I'm pulling up to the function.
Is out here on the line too? You've hit this mission's minimum threshold. But you didn't come down here.
No, I did come here to do the minimum, actually. Sorry.
Contamination is getting out of hand.
I think it's only right to do the boss fight as Temple. You know, a 1v1 Rockstar showdown. Are literally electric drills? Oh, that's interesting. Into our timeline? Maybe? I guess we'll have to see. Okay. Back to the future. Holy shit. Alright. 1v1 me, dickhead. Well, it's more like a 5v1, but that's fine. I could take 5 guys. As in, the burger establishment. I love that meme of just, like, 5 guys sounds really good right now. That's like, you have to clarify it's the burger place. We infest future and Coda lays in wait to get stronger. Huh. I'd have to see for myself, I guess, because it's not entirely clear to me how this all works. Like, how does the whole last stage get into space, right? There we go. Also, I agree, it's fun. I do like this. Like, on the railjack combat is not super common. For a millennia, yeah, it would have been a while at the very least. And also, if they were just sitting there, why would we have to, like, why would they flee to Earth Proxima? I don't know. The time travel rules in this are already weird enough. For generations they waited? True. For generations you've slept. No call to wake you. Okay. There we go, just build that up.
I know I get to do cool stuff, but there's a lot I miss out on that kids my age get to do.
Damn, I just feel bad for Packet now.
It was awesome.
Playing the same tunes, holy shit.
Most people totally changed once they think they're a big star.
Not our own timeline. That's fair. It's a little tough to say. A lot of stuff is still pretty nebulous. Alright, it's time for my rock 1v1. Well, rock 1v5. You know what I mean. I do love that you crash through a window when you go through the slingshot. It's very cool.
I used to stand in front of the mirror pretending I was performing for a huge crowd. And now it's real! It's just crazy! Oh, you're a total button masher.
I haven't fought Packet before. I wanted to hear what the dialogue sounds like.
I am who I am. It's not like I'm trying to change that or anything.
A new online song. I think that, like, Party of Your Lifetime was supposed to be in this content always, and that was supposed to be at launch. But because, like, I feel like we're just kind of used to this song because the update didn't launch with this. This fight's so fucking good, though. I gotta lock in for the bullet hell. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, one of the rocket. Oh, no, it was one of the Sonic Blast things. Alright, 1v1 me, bitch. Oh, yep, I've been magnetized. Or at some point I was hit with a magnetize. Oh, it's happening again? Yep, and like I said, you can't shake this one off. If you're stuck with it, you just die, which is super cringe. Not a fan of that part of the fight. I don't have any of my deadhead stacks built up, which is a bit rough, but ineffective, yeah. You can also play like Trinity and stuff like that to just ignore them too, but I like the way the fight's supposed to be done. Technosite Coda, for real. Is the... Yep, it is that one next. I couldn't remember. And then lasers. These are in a set order, which is what I've been doing my best to like try and memorize, so I can consistently dodge them. I say as I get hit by the easiest one to dodge by a fucking like wide margin. For Real Friends commercials. I respect that. This part of the fight is a little bit hectic with all the abilities flying around, but I also know you can down your front man, but he can't actually die until you kill all his bandmates. Like, yeah, you see Packets getting back up because I haven't killed DJ Rom yet. Just, I'm guitaring harder. Fuck you. Dick.
I count on our fans. They're all we've got.
This is a lot about society. True. I'm taking on BTS. BTS is finished. I can. I'm not touching the tentacle. It's weird and gross.
Space is silent again.
I do want to eventually convert one of each band member, but that's like a far off goal. I'm not touching the tentacle. I'm not touching the tentacle. That's not happening. Cool. It's slightly annoying. I don't think any of the damage is unavoidable. It seems like all the attacks are dodgeable. It's just that you kind of have to know the order to know where to stand.
Operator, your inbox exists in a non-zero state.
Cool. I got the Technosite Packet Floof, Heartbeat Ephemera, and 1 Live Heart Cell. So I believe that it has been confirmed by Rebecca that it is in the past. Because I brought up the whole like do Veery thing on a previous stream, and I think someone sent me a thing of her mentioning that. Getting magnetized? Oh, with the actual bosses, yeah. Getting magnetized and getting blood altered are cringe. The fact that you can't roll it off especially sucks ass. Will they sing for you? Maybe. Yes, they do have blood alter. They can blood alter you. Alright, Eleanor.
Hello. I thought this would be...
I just realized I can't buy duplicates. So I guess if I wanted to level a weapon, I could only buy 1 copy of it a week. That's cringe.
Do you feel it? Why it nestles into you? You've made a friend this day. See you in your dreams.
The Skuldra paints will be... Yeah, fair enough. I think, real quick, before we cut the stream, just real quick, I'm going to go ahead and generate another one, just to see what he's got. Zeke also has larva. Yeah, that's...
The enemy is more powerful than before.
That's cringe.
Only with true mastery of the Tenno arsenal will you succeed.
If I think once these guys drop one, I can just upload it and leave the mission if memory serves. I need one of them to drop a mixtape. Come on, hit me with it. Hit me with it. I mean, it's like I'm in fucking LA, bro. Just hit me with the random mixtape. my rhythm not working? I really hope that they move the metronome up. Is nice now? Yeah, I agree. I appreciate the existence of the Elemental Vice. Where's the mixtape? They're normally pretty common. What the actual fuck is this?
Abandoned supply cache. Now listen up. If you get close, it'll prompt you and start a countdown. Bust into the cache before it's smoked. See?
There we go. It is the Awesome Safe LP. So it's a record? Huh. I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be a record, but you don't normally see that term. Thank you, Auto Breach. Very cool.
Techrot's awake. Hungry. Taking on a new form. I think it's trying to become the online boys.
Cool. This should still generate one for me, and I should be able to see who I got. I hope I get Zeke or Drillbit. Those are the two I haven't gotten. Or Hard Drive, sorry. Is it going to be the Roach again? Oh, I got Hard Drive. Nice. Private Forever? Okay. Nice.
Drives me nuts when tabloids pick on Packet, man. Just let them be young, you know? Have some fun.
Huh. Interesting color scheme. You can rotate them? Yeah. I don't know why, but you can rotate them.
They did. Why don't they just put the letters on this thing in, like, an ABC order? This makes no sense.
What was the bottom reward of the Heartthrob Ephemera? You can't see it because of the live reaction, can you?
May require maintenance after all.
I think what the lyric reference here, I don't think is in an existing online song. That's interesting. You got the hunk? Fucking hell. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and get to wrapping up the stream here, though. Just because, like I said, my throat hurts and I should not stay live for much longer. But I do want to thank you all for joining me for this. Sorry, I'm fucking tired. Show Sparkle Dog, fine. We'll visit Wally one last time. Are actually chill dudes? Yeah, I agree. Coda Meyer. 40% status chance? 2-hour nerd tangent. I don't think I've got it in me. With how bad my throat hurts, I don't think I've got it in me. But let's grab Sparkle Dog. I forgot my Equinox is still... ignore that. She's fine. Is it a verse from The Great Despair? Huh. I must just be misremembering its lyrics.
Excellent armaments, operator.
We'll go visit Wally.
Covered in blood.
Give you all a couple minutes. If anyone has any final questions or anything like that, feel free to ask them now. I'll do this we'll go for a few more minutes, and then I'll shut things down and explode. I went to my dojo, not the Zeraman. When I said I'm tired, this is the type of shit I was talking about. Are you just lucky? You're always guaranteed to receive at least one cosmetic, but you'll often get multiple. Preferred Chipotle order? There's no Chipotle where I live, but they still run ads on our TV for some reason. Okay. Look at his shoes. Look at his fucking shoes. Can you guys see that? He's got the Skechers. More space talk, please. I actually think I might turn that into a video at some point. I thought about, like, expanding it into a video, something to the effect of, like, Warframe and environmental storytelling, where I want to talk about not just the differences from actual space, but the reasons why those are the case, alongside some other miscellaneous topics, like the translatable text and things like that. And it's so good. Yeah, that's how it be. But I feel like my question is, if I were to do like environmental storytelling, it would be a big video because there's so much with that topic. Promise me you'll convert that hard drive? I'm not making any promises. I'm sorry, I'm not. Nothing that enticing. Me with Chick-fil-A. There's not one... Well, there is one near where I live, but far away enough that I don't ever go there. He's such a good one. There will be more hard drives. Worry not. There will be more hard drives. We'll hang out. Gonna be put on Duolingo. That's a good question. Explaining how eternalism works. How are the Coda Liches? I have no idea. I haven't converted one of them yet. My #1 goal is getting the weapons. That's like #1 priority for me.
Error, not a number.
Or just English with extra steps? Yeah, that's true. Cockroach forever? Damn it! I want to get Zeke eventually. I want to hear what he has to say. Already made the video. There's an Eternalism version of Cool Kid who actually succeeded on YouTube. Wonder if one of the online is secretly gay. That's an interesting bit of lore. Maybe. Zeke does wear a sweatshirt around his waist. He's probably gay. Just for that, actually. He's probably gay. Just a funny guy. He waddles around. Hell yeah. So I think Packet is like the gamer. He's like the ADHD gamer. I think Zeke is the gay one. Right? That's like the quota that you have to fill, right? Packet is the ADHD gamer like kid. Zeke is the gay one. Drillbit is the black guy, basically. Hard Drive is the jock. And DJ Rom, I don't know. What is DJ Rom? He's the music guy in the music group. Flamboyantly straight. Drillbit, the black one. I read that in my head like it's a big Bungie bit. Oh my god. Hard Drive is Drake? Obsessed with proving himself? I mean, I guess so, but... Packet is the Asian? I guess if you want to talk tokenism, that's also true. We need... Well, DJ Rama is just a cockroach. None of them are even wheelchair users. This is bad representation. DE isn't woke enough. There's no wheelchair-bound online member. DE's not woke enough. Also, Excalibur I always thought was good, but he's very, very good now. And Walkman? I mean, I feel like the main one is probably Packet, but... Because I don't feel like I don't think he has to be you don't have to be into technology to use a Walkman, I guess. I love the emotes. I agree. Some of them are pretty cool. You, the player? True. What happened to Excalibur? The changes to Exalted Blade with this update with all the Exalted changes were really big for him. They made him much, much better. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it here. Considering how long I've been live for. It's been just over 4 hours. I'm losing my voice at this point, and I have to go to work tomorrow, so I definitely should not do that. But, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for watching and listening to me talk about asinine stuff about a, 12-year-old video game for 4 hours or whatever. Maybe I will. I mentioned it earlier with, like, the potential for taking sponsorships. I might run a community poll about that and see what people think at large. Just to kind of get an idea of what people think, if they want that, if they'd be opposed to it, why they'd be opposed to it, or why they'd want it, stuff like that. So I'll probably run a poll on that. I think now that the update's out, I wanted to do another weird and obscure stuff, but so close to the last one, I think I might just go ahead and switch gears to making summons overpowered. I think I'm just going to focus on that video instead. Now that my questions about Ash and Titania have been answered with the update's release, I think that it'll be better, or it'll be easier for me now to like get back into the groove of working on it because there's not as much uncertainty. So yeah, I guess that's probably the future content plan. Expect making summons overpowered is not going to be out soon. It's going to take a while. That video is going to be like minimum an hour and a half. It'll be a very big video, but hopefully it doesn't suck. We'll have to see. But yeah, I think that's everything. So Discord link is in the description. VOD playlist is in the description. Thank you all for stopping by. I'll try and be live again Sunday if I can, but otherwise, I'm going to go.